Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of VNS. Uh, I am Witan Svan Herul, and I will be um, taking lead on this for a little bit as we go into the episode. Alciragodi is coming in a little bit later, so giving him that chance and that time to get set up. We're going to go ahead and proceed, and we'll move forward. So we got quite a few things to talk about, and I'm really happy to see everybody's on here. But um, just remember, we are currently streaming on YouTube, of course, but there's also Twitter, Entropy, VK, uh, Rumble, and Twitch. All of those streaming services you can find us. And don't forget, too, on Fridays, this is released as an audio on Spotify that you can also, if you have, uh, any Spotify account and you want to catch up with this and listen to it while you're, riding around. Lots of news. VNS merch in the store is alive and kicking. There's still a few Alciragodi disapproval T-shirts out there that are that are definitely a hot seller, and also too we got some new merch. We got a the Thorshoff shirts, of course, are ones that are amazing. I love the artwork and the color scheme. I know we get kind of labeled as the spooky Hoff because of the orange and black, but definitely dig that. And then there's also another good one that I wanted to bring up. It's the "What would Jason Gallagher do?" If anybody that doesn't know, Jason Gallagher is a highly devoted, highly motivated individual. I've got to meet him on a few occasions. He's up in Baldershoff, and he, despite a lot of hardships that he has, with especially just health issues and things like that, he has never flagged. He's always, he shows up. He gives 110% all the time, and he's becoming his own force. And now he has a T-shirt. So I thought that was really, really great. Great guy. Again, if you're in the AFA and you get a chance to meet him, it would, it's good. He's a good man, and I don't think that anybody in the AFA, especially even in leadership, would ever speak ill of him. And that is a wonderful place to be in, to build bright fame, and to be liked by all, and admired for your convictions and your piety and your motivation. It's good. It's very, very good. Let's see. We also have that was the 2 weeks left on the Alciragodi Gothic T-shirts. There's also Academy merch for those of you that are in the Asatru Academy. Those who support the Asatru Folk Assembly being able to teach their children and to have their own system led by Gothi Stam. Very, very important part of where we are moving forward as a church, where we intend to bring Asatru. Asatru should not be some just kind of backyard picnic hobby. This is where we're looking at where Asatru can go. There's no stopping. Who knows? There could be an Asatru college in the future. I'm not saying anything for sure, but that's where we're always looking forward. We're always looking upward. And the Asatru Academy kind of epitomizes that. So if you're into that, if you want to support that, definitely, make sure you get some Asatru Academy merch. Lots of donations have been coming in. $800 more paid on Nordsoff. So we want to give thanks to the folks that have been giving generously as we are slowly but steadily building up to pay off Nordsoff. Because once we do that, our sights are focused on the Holy Frey, his Hoff, And the prospects of getting folks to have a roof over their heads where they can come and honor the Holy Fray, along with building in the long retinue of the temples that we intend to build. It'll be that next step. I know a lot of people had some, not concerns, but just was wondering about how things were going when Sigerheim was purchased. But the idea was, no, Sigerheim was set off so that we could build towards it. It was the finish line in a way for us to move forward on Jordshof and on Freyshof and have a spot where we could kind of, again, attain a victory plateau for a moment. So that way we could really concentrate on some of that and then start moving on to the other holy house, in which we will make 12 total temples. There's the statues of founder Stephen McNallen and Givia McNallen, and I had the pleasure of setting those up. It was a trial. It was definitely it wasn't terrible, but there was some obstacles that I had to cover, and I would not have been able to cover it unless it was for Nick and another member of ours. And so I want to definitely give thanks to them publicly. They greatly helped me out when I thought I was going to be by myself on this, and it would not have been done without Nick Rice and them. So hail to them. Also, we've got Freyfaxi at Baldershof coming up. This is just, we're laying this out there now. Remember, we look at the year in a bicycle, in which basically there is a 2-cycle system. There is the summer cycle and there is the winter cycle. And right now we are heading towards the middle of the summer cycle. That starts, of course, with Ostra. So, the final holy tide of the summer year, or the summer cycle, excuse me, is Freyfaxi. And that's a really important one. I think it's also really important up in the north, up in Baldershof, because they do get such heavy winters. So you could really get just that last chance to get up with everyone. And there's a fervor to the excitement and the celebration, because again, knowing what's truly coming in the winter it kind of has a chance. It stifles a little bit. So there is a kind of excitement at Freyfaxi at Baldershof. And I think that brings us a little bit closer to what our ancestors were really experiencing. I think down here in the South, our winters don't truly start until about November. And so we have sometimes cold, sometimes hot holidays, starting with winter finding and with winter nights. So even though that's far out, we're giving you a good heads up on that. In order for you guys to, if you want to make travel plans or get things going, please reach out to a folk builder, and they should be able to help you clarify some things like hotels nearby and or people that might be willing to take folks in. So definitely get out to that. Of course, after that, we have winter nights, and 11th and 13th in New Hampshire. Winter nights is a special one. I will definitely be there. My family will be there. It's actually the first holy tide that I experienced coming in to the Asatru Folk Assembly. And I was kind of reluctant. I didn't really know what was going on. And I was greeted openly and happily at 4:00 in the morning with my children in tow, and was guided to food and warm coffee and a cabin immediately. And I that was the turning tide for me. That was the point where I realized I was amongst adults, and I was amongst folk that really did care, even in the middle of the night. And that was Clifford, Witan Clifford Erickson. And so we've, I always appreciate that and try to keep that in memory and sing his praises and the praises of the AFA from that. Again, kind of going backwards, that's for the wintertime if you're projecting out. But don't forget, too, we have midsummer coming up. midsummer at Odenshof. This is a long-standing tradition. If you're able to get out there to the West Coast, if you're on the West Coast, definitely get out there for this. This, of course, too, is the holy tide in which we give honor to the sun and the cycle of the midsummer, but we also give honor to Lord Balder as he is the receding light, if you will, and we project our piety to him so that he may gain it where he resides now, and that strength, that might will carry him upwards in Ragnarok. So definitely get your chance out there if you can to get to Odenshof. It's beautiful, and they have a beautiful Harg, and the temple is the Vey is great. I got a chance to go up there and do the mural of Lord Odin, which was nerve-wracking to say the very least, and it was a wonderful experience. And of course, too, getting a chance to meet Founder McNallen and Githia McNallen is something that just can't be passed up. So absolutely get a chance to go out there. I would go to everything, and I don't even know 100% like in this case where if I might be able to get out there or not. We'll see. Crossing fingers, though, I would love to go back out there. And also coming in July, we have Sigurblot, the victory bloat at Sigurheim. It's July 19th to the 21st. We're going to be doing it out there in Ground Zero. We've done this once before. It was a great success. A lot of people had a lot of fun. It was a great time, and I will most likely attend if everything works out. But wonderful time to be there. A time in the starting, and Sigurblot is such a wonderful holy tide. We give thanks to the victory that we have attained, and we project ourselves towards the victory of the future with all of the Aus, and in particular to Lord Tyr, where his holy temple will be built there. So that's another thing, is making that pilgrimage up the mountainside to where holy Tyr's site, his Vey, his Hof will be, is amazing. And it's really worth. It's slightly challenging too, so bear that in mind. But it is worth it. It gives you a chance to kind of really contemplate the struggles that we as a folk and we as a religion have faced, and how we must be determined and continuance in moving forward and upward. Great time out there. So there is that as well. So again, we've covered the merch, and we've covered anything. I don't know, Nick, is there anything else that I missed? I'm not really great at the intros. I know that else here go the is. Donations. Yes. Are you talking about donations during stream?
Yeah.
Look at donations during stream when we. And we've got. Wow. So first and foremost, we got donations from Gilbert Page, $150 to Nordhoff. Amazing. And I don't know if did he beat Ronald Blake? Nobody ever seems to do that. But thank you, Gilbert. A great name, by the way. Goldbright is what Gilbert means in Anglo-Saxon. Great name. And of course, to Ronald Blake, $25 to VNS and Nordhoff. And he also bought us a coffee. So thank you so much. Again, Ronald, every week you come on and you continue to give, which is astounding. And I think it's, definitely exemplary. Your generosity is deeply appreciated. Gilbert as well, thank you so much. I hope that Nordhoff, again, you just took that marker up just a little bit more. And that's how we do this. That's how we get these Hofs under our belts and secured and made sure that everything is, projected towards the future. So I really appreciate it. So we're going to start moving into Skírnismál. Skírnismál is not one of the encyclopedic, or yes, I guess that's the correct word. It's not a kind of poetic encyclopedia for the poet to learn and grow on their vocabulary and their lore. No, this one is a little bit more hidden and more subtle in its mysteries. Most folks believe that this, and I included, that there is a deeper meaning to this story that extends even before the late Nordic period. And ultimately, the chronological mythos of this story is that after Ostara, after the opening of the gates in the east of Dellinger's Hall, there is now the retinue of the elves moving in, being led by their lord, Lord Frey. And Lord Frey then does meet his bride, who influxes from the east, and her name is Gerður. And this is the starting of what we would call spring or early summer, the rising tide of summer. And it starts here, starts in this story. It starts with the deep and all-encompassing love that Frey feels, or sometimes it's read as infatuation. But when we euhemerize the gods, there's two types of euhemerizations. There's the euhemerization or humanizing of the gods, where we humanize them and kind of discount them as being physical people. And then there's humanizing the gods in order to project the truth of the story. And you have to be very, very careful. That line is often very blurry. And so you'll see writers like Saxo Grammaticus and even Snorri Sturluson doing this, sometimes to, divert the church's attention so that they're not bringing, the old ways back. I think that was a real threat. And the prevalence of Asatru in Iceland still, pervaded up until the 70s with Svenbjörn Bjartason. So they euhemerize, I think, for defense. Whereas like the writer Saxo Grammaticus, who was a Dane, he didn't believe in the gods of our folk. He was fully in on the foreign faith. He was fully in on the faith of Rome or the faith of Jerusalem or what have you. And so he had a tendency to have a bitter tail end of the way that he described the Aus, the gods. And he oftentimes wrote with kind of a backhandedness, but still, interestingly enough, giving little clues about the Holy Aus and that predated him. So in this case, Skírnismál is named after Skirnir. Skirnir, the translation being the shiny, bright beam, the ray, the light, and the predecessor of the Holy Frey. Skirnir is, interestingly enough, as a mystery of this, one of the reasons why our church holds the ideal of ascension of the mortal soul, outside of simply just Einherjar, that there is ascension of the human soul while here and also after death. And that'll be, we'll talk a little bit about that as to who exactly Skirnir is. But the biggest thing I worry is that Skirnir, here you go there.
Carry on.
Oh, yeah. Well, take the break to say, Brant Law bought us coffee. Thank you so much. I don't know if we're covering lore, this is the general rule. We'll be covering lore in the first half of the the podcast, and then trying to get most questions at the end. Though I don't know, Asatru Godi, do we answer or answer questions right away if they're buying us a coffee or
Yeah, so absolutely. If there's a question attached to a donation, we'll go ahead and jump right on that. Also, if you guys have questions that are directly relating to the text that we're covering or a concept we're covering, or maybe if it's just a good time to take an aside or a particularly, I don't know, something we want to jump on. So please ask them whenever you want. Rest assured, we will get to them. Some of them we just may get to later in the program. Also, we kind of broke the flow, so I might as well take this time to say I caught a little bit of Svan's opening, and I appreciate that. Sorry for being late today, guys. I got caught up in managing a couple of AFA things and ended up missing a crucial traffic window. And then the main artery across town, apparently there was a terrible accident on it and emergency vehicles and whatnot. So comedy of errors, but I am here and I appreciate you taking over. I saw that he plugged a number of things. I just want to make a note. You guys were awesome last week, raising money for Njordhoff, getting that pay down. I know he put the graphic up. Nick threw it up again. Thank you, Nick. There's still big numbers, but if you look at that percentage, I mean, that Hoff costs as much as a house, and we have paid off 70-something% of that house in less than 2 years. If you put it in those terms, it's a bigger deal. Takes a little bit longer to pay off this Hoff, but this Hoff is 2.5 times what Thor's Hoff cost. This Hoff is 5 times what Baldur's Hoff cost, and it is like not quite twice, but at least 1.5 times as expensive as Odin's Hoff was initially. So just putting it in perspective. And you guys are doing great. Literally in the last week, we paid off 2,300 off of that total, which is awesome. So thank you guys very much. Anybody interested, Nick's got the donate link up. If you're listening to this at any time at runestone.org, you can click on donate and it gives you options there. We appreciate it. Yeah. So I am here. I apologize for being late. I'm ready to jump in. I assume you're giving them kind of a primer on stuff they need to know while we get into this. And also we are going through the Bellows translation. And
yes.
that is the link to it if you guys want to pull it up, or feel free to find it on whatever translation you have available to you and kind of compare and contrast. And with that, let's get back into Svan's masterful preparation for today's program.
Well, just kind of reemphasizing that the overall, I guess what you should take away, or what, in my opinion, you should take away from this poem, this story, is that this is an exchange between the dominions of the gods. A lot of times in ancient, not ancient, in the early revivals of the Germanic faith, a lot of the scholars would try to project exactly how the faith of the gods was built. And a lot of it, they would say, oh, it's just observation of natural element and or natural occurrence. And I forgot they had a name for it. I think it's called, like, it's not vegetative, but it's something, in which they speak of the natural growing cycles or what have you. But we look at this is a way, an explanation in which the gods have given us, through the storytellers, the first storyteller, and through our folk, the mechanisms of their domain and the way in which they work. And it's quite simple. I mean, it's not deeply esoteric to think of. But yes, this is, again, the Holy Fray he sends his predecessor, his ray of light, his beam, to project into Jotunheim and convince Gerður, who is an Austvanir. She aligns herself with the gods, and we have a nomenclature for that, because a lot of groups and authors I have seen write down troll wives. I've seen them write down giant wives or Jotun wives, and I felt that was a little bit too overhanded. I think that also feeds into the concept that the Jotunar are somehow a different race or species from the gods, and instead we see these beings, these ancient beings of the Jotun descent, much like Lord Odin, but they decide to align themselves with the Aus driving force of the gods of order. So when they do this, but sometimes in this case, it's not done easily. It's done with a sense of force, with a sense of conquest. But bear in mind too that this is about the light, the warmth, the rays of the sun projecting forward, piercing the ground, piercing the cold ground, and planting the seed for fruitfulness as the rising of summer tiding. So again, this story really helps us link to a lot of the worship dynamics that we have for charming of the plow. Again, that's another reason why the Holy Frey is held in such high esteem during charming the plow, and this cycle continues on until Freyfaxi, in which the cycle ends, and it is seen that Lord Frey kind of returns back to start preparing to kind of get beyond the gate where the Leosalfar are until the next cycle. So there's a lot of, I think, things that a lot of authors or perhaps other groups or internet folk don't really hit on that has absolutely developed within the Asatru Folk Assembly. And that's what this story really, really sets off at.
Yeah, so kind of a note going into it. There are the nature-based truths of what Witan Svan just said. Those things are all true. Also, what is, I think, particularly important to make note of, this is a divine being interacting with a other. It's hard when you try to put words to things that are metaphysical or beyond our visual reality that we all interact with in Midgard. Because we kind of separate divinity with other spiritual beings. So this is very much a god interacting with another spiritual entity. And we do a disservice to be overly literal and overly obsessed with this particular story mechanics. Keep in mind, even when Snorri talks about this, he talks about it in this exact same story in slightly different terms. This exact same bit of lore and story was probably told very differently 100 years previous, 500 years previous, 1,000 years previous, and probably looked a little different in different places. The truths that it expresses are the same, but the imagery and the fine story details are intended for a certain audience and a certain amount of cultural norms. So realize that when you're reading the story, see the bigger truths that are expressed and the big themes, but don't get too bogged down in literal specifics. As I've said before, on this broadcast, when I first got into Asatru, I had somebody very seriously try to contemplate like the macros that Thor would have to consume to have enough muscle mass to lift his hammer and to break and crush the rainbow so he can't travel on it, lest he break it because he's so heavy. That sounds silly, but this person was talking to me, no, because sometimes we can't see the forest for the trees when we get too wrapped up. It's important to realize that our myths are amazingly poetic stories that illustrate divine truths in a cultural context that our ancestors could understood when these stories were recorded, and that help them understand the gods and understand the bigger truths of our reality and of our faith. Many of us largely are raised in societies to where the prevailing religion is a very, very literal one. You are meant to take the Bible or the Torah or the Quran to be extremely to the letter literal, and that literalism is an important part of that faith. That's in the history of world religions, that is the anomaly and not the norm. So just keep that in mind a little bit. I know it's a little bit cringy when there's threats of force and curses involved in romantic endeavors, but there's more to it than that. And I just ask that everybody, views it with that level of maturity.
Yeah, the overall dynamic of this is the masculine kind of focusing the feminine. I think that when we look at the chthonic forces of the earth and we see the Holy Frey coming in, even though the story kind of portrays him as being a lovesick, teenager, I think that's part of that. Again, that connection to the audience is what they're going for. But ultimately, this is that connection bringing the kind of the true attainment of masculinity is to be ordered or to be constructed, and the feminine to be brought in so that it can fulfill and grow forward, if you will.
Some of the other deeper themes of this I want you guys to look out for and keep in mind as we go through it. And there's kind of two stories from lore that we tend to go to when we talk about Charming of the Plough. Either Gefjon and her giant sons claiming Zealand, or the wooing of Gerd. All of the imagery of that is the masculine exerting its will upon the unyielding feminine and kind of forcing its way and literally inserting its will and planting the seed of new growth and new life in a cold and unyielding environment and way. And I think there's a lot of truths and layers to that, but it's very much about the force of will overcoming coldness and resistance, and ultimately yielding, abundance and fruit and positivity. And I think that's a really important theme to think about through this. And and we've seen similar themes in literature, and all the way up till it became, socially taboo to talk about it quite in those terms. But in some ways, a less comical version of The Taming of the Shrew or anything else. The idea of persistent exertion of masculine will in order to steer things straight that may not want to be steered that way initially, but ultimately it brings order and it brings bounty and benefit. So those are some themes just to look out for. And if you guys are there and you're ready to get a start, Svan, we are ready whenever you would like to take us into the text.
Okay. So again, and the interesting thing about this is it does start with a slight paragraphic intro, just to set the stage and to place the situation. So before stanza 1, we have Freyr, the son of Njörður, had sat one day on Hlíðskjalf and looked over all the worlds. He looked into Jotunheim and saw there a fair maiden, as she went from her father's house to her bower. Forthwith he felt a mighty love sickness. Skirnir was the name of Freyr's servant. Njörð bade him ask speech of Freyr, and he said. So this is right out the gate, just to clarify, this is Lord Njörður speaking to Skirnir in desperation to ask him what is wrong with his son. And you can clearly see this immediate approach towards the relationship and again, the connection that perhaps the audience, or especially the fathers and sons, could immediately connect to. So, Lord Njörður says, "Go now, Skirnir, and seek to gain speech from my son, and answer to win, for whom the wise one is mightily moved." Again, he's referring to the Holy Frey as the wise one. And this just alludes a little bit to the dominion and the overall worthfulness of the Holy Frey to the folk. It would not be seen as anything absurd. So, and it's just noted in the poem. So he's beckoning Skirnir to go into the Holy Frey's living quarters and ask him what's wrong. And they don't quite allude to it too much, but they do give a slight leaning towards it. But in essence, with the Holy Frey being depressed, being locked up, what it is also doing is having an effect on the middle world. It is having effect on the growth, the fruition, if you will. And so it holds quite a bit of parallel with perhaps, say, like the stories of Demeter and Hades in relation to what, again, scholars of old would call these kind of vegetation tales and what they call it. So Skirnir spake. 2. Ill words do I know await from thy son. If I seek to get speech with him, and answer to win, for whom the wise one is mightily moved. So again, he knows of his disposition. He knows that by bothering him, he's only going to get strafed by it, if you will. But the overall poem then turns towards or lapses time in which Skirnir now is speaking to the Holy Frey. So in stanza 3, you'll see again Skirnir speaks.
And Svan, have you translated what Skirnir's name means?
Yes, he is the beam of light, or the skein of light, if you will. I know skein is not a word often used anymore in our language, but the beam of light, the shining kind of, I guess, projection or ray, if you will, of light that is from the Holy Frey. And we see this again in much of the language spoken of about the Holy Frey. He is that kind of it was understood that the primordial forces that were once part of the creation of the worlds, when we talk about the Muspel spark that is the sun, when we talk about the Niflheim piece that is the moon, these primordial forces were seen as outside of Dellinger's Hall. They were seen as something that if too close, they would burn, or they could freeze or damage the creation of the gods that they made from Ymir's body. So there was this separational level, if you will, in the stories in which our ancestors saw that. And then there was this channeling of power, whether it was the warmth, whether it was the light. And it didn't always just one for one. It wasn't the light from the Muspel spark of Suna and the sun just equated to light on Earth, but that it had to process itself through thresholds. And those thresholds helped keep the safety of the middle world. And one of them, of course, is Dellinger's Hall. And that the idea that this whole process about Lord Frey moving through or projecting his light into the world and his ability to bring fruitfulness has to go through a process, has to go through a threshold, has to have an arduous sense in order to, attain the victory of it. I don't know if you have a different translation on his.
Oh no, you did a great job covering it before I got here. I just wanted to make sure because, something you and I talk about a lot, but I think that, and to anybody that hasn't heard me rant on it before, I think one of the most significant keys in really getting the whole depth of our lore is examining the linguistics of the names. Because again, like Lord Freyr, and I do that. I realize it's redundant. I just said Lord, but it is what it is. If Prince were actually made the prince of something, I would still call him Prince, or whatever that symbol is. That being said, again, he never came up to somebody, to our knowledge, and said, "Hi, my name is Freyr." Or, never mind. I was going to try to impress you guys and throw the Old Norse "Hi, my name is Freyr" at you, but I'm not quite there yet. I'm getting really close, though. But yeah, so assuming that didn't happen in that way, these are the names that our ancestors felt best applied to these spiritual entities that they interacted with. And that speaks volumes about how they were perceived to our forefathers and what they meant to them. Another thing that is important already, and I know we're doing a lot more talking than reading, but I think this is worth saying. The wise one, meaning Frey. Well, I thought Odin was the god of wisdom. It's a good illustration that all of our gods are strong. All of our gods are wise. All of our gods are regal. All of our gods have abundance to them. They're gods. They are better at all the things than we are. Some of them are particularly good at certain things or have a particular responsibility for certain things, or as Svan likes to say, dominion over certain things. But it doesn't mean that the other gods are one-dimensional to whatever, that particular dominion is. And so we need to guard ourselves against pigeonholing them in just, these very one-dimensional ways of being.
Yeah. Avoiding the cramming all into simply, Odin, and that becomes like.
Well, and last thing on this, and then I'll leave it be. But I say that I'll leave it be for right now. again, it depends on who does this. For so much of the scholastic rediscovery, translation, and evaluation of this material is done by Christians or by scholars. Very little of it in an academic sense is done by practitioners of Asatru. So they're looking at this in a literary or an anthropological sense. And it's very easy to see our gods as very one-dimensional in a literary motif. When you stop and like, no, these aren't story devices. These are divine beings with will, with personality, with thought, with feeling. It requires us to look at them in a much deeper three-dimensional way. And so I challenge all of you and all of us to do that.
Yeah, that's another point to bring up here. We haven't covered it yet, but we will, and it does bring up to point that not only do we believe that the gods are real, that we believe that they have the will and the manifestation to do things in the world, and that much like with people, if a person picks up a pencil and does art with it, it doesn't mean that they're now the person of that type of art or that type of pencil. Is that there's a lot of the primordial forces that are holy gods, and some of the ancient beings of the Jotuns have their ability to influx into the world.
That said, Svan is the champion of murals.
Thus far. Could be.
People could challenge him for that title,
right.
But it's yours for the time being.
Right, but please do. I mean, it's good. It's good. We need to. It's for the gods, so better is better. So here we see in verse 3, or in the stanza 3, Skirner speaks. He says, "Speak, prithee." Of course, is please. He's pleading. Prithee, Freyr, foremost of the gods. Now, this is the part that I wanted to bring, or actually, we'll go back and talk about that in a second. So, foremost of the gods, for now I fain would know, why sittest thou here in the wide halls days long, my prince, alone? So, a couple things. The translations and the way that we perceive the gods sometimes can be different than the actual words. Again, the word that's used when he says, "Speak, prithee, Freyr, foremost of the gods," he says, "Seðu mer that Freyr folkvaldi goda," and folkvaldi means like chieftain or captain or of high station of the folk or of the people or of the would be like the army. And so there's a mentioning here of the Holy Frey as being of high station in, say, a military body. And it's not just foremost. The word is not foremost. It is, again, captain of the gods, if you will. And then he says again to my droten. So in the latter part, he says, "Min droten," my leader, my chieftain, my captain, my war leader. And a lot of times I think that the Holy Frey is seen as some sort of kind of pacifistic, and I don't know who does this, but I have seen examples of it, throughout the internet, where they give almost like the Balder treatment that Snorri does, kind of making Lord Balder like a Christ-like figure, and then they end up doing it again, but this time in their own terms with the Holy Frey. And that is not the case. He is the war-fighting Lord. He has a sword that fights for itself. He rides a horse that has bloody hooves because it tramples in the battlefield. And so this sudden drop in him is seen. It's like you're in a way, Skirner is saying like you're a high ranking, you're the captain, you're my my lieutenant, you're my leader, you're my war leader, and why are you all of a sudden this? And the Holy Frey speaks. He says, "How shall I tell thee, thou hero young, of all my grief so great? Thou every day the elf beam dawns, it lights my longing never." Now this poetically is really, really good. The first part of this is to remember what he has done. He has climbed into the throne, the observatory throne of Lord Odin, and he has seen much, but what he saw was something that struck his heart. And so here he speaks of a kenning of the sun as the Alvrothul, the elf beam. And even though it rises, it does not bring warmth to his heart. And this is another thing, again, re-emphasizing the way that our ancestors saw the gods as being in this mountainous upper world, that they were in the center and in the mountainous upper, and that the sun and the moon were experienced by them as well, re-emphasizes that. Now, we do think of a little differently now, but that the idea is that there was this central place, this mountainous place, and up in these heavenly mountains, there was the tree. And the tree, its boughs stretched over even Ausgarder, which was built there as well. So that's why he's saying, like, even the sun rises and it doesn't warm my heart. It doesn't, bring light to my depression. And in 5, Skirner speaks, "Thy longings, methinks, are not so large, that thou mayest not tell them to me, since in days of yore we were young together. We two might each other trust." So this is starting to build on the character of Skirner, that he was around even when the Holy Frey was young. And there's a couple of mentionings to the Holy Frey being young, as when he first cuts his tooth or loses his tooth, he gains all of Leosalfheim as a gift to him after the war. And again, he is seen as he's not mentioned as partaking in the war between the gods, but that he does come with his father when there is this mutualism, that when they first tried the hostage program. And I think that there's a lost story there in which after the hostage situation, there becomes a kind of a transference where the waning gods, the Vanir, do live amongst the Aus. Some of them do, some of them don't, depending on their dominions and how much they play into the middle world. But we see this as a little leaning towards chronological sense with Skirner and the Holy Frey. He says, "We've known each other for a long time, since we were children. You should be able to trust me." And again, this starts off with that strong friendship love that men who have grown up, with a very, very close friend. And again, it alludes to Skirner is not an Aus, and he is not an Alvar, and we'll go into more of that later. Who is Skirner? And of my belief is that Skirner is an exalted soul. So
I want to say something just because it's a good spot before we go into the next page, the way we've got it laid out on the website that we're using. Got a couple of questions, and I think now is an okay time to hit them because it sets tone for some stuff. First, is the Wolf Age our version of the Kali Yuga? Yes. Svan and I can go into it or talk on, but yes, it doesn't require more than yes. The yugas are ancient Aryan concepts, just like the ages that you are referring to. It literally is a 1-for-1. That one is easy. On to the most recent question this is where I think the most relevance is. I have a question. Would you guys say now more than, say, in the recent past? The Jotuns are more present, as I've noticed the people have gotten much worse in many ways, and I can feel and see the evil. Yes, but I wouldn't put it that way. So chaos is more in ascendancy now. We are in the wolf age. But the point I want to make with the question is the idea of the Jotnar. One thing, and Svan and I've talked about this a lot, but we have a whole lot of new listeners on a bunch of different platforms that may not have heard this. So, as I've said a lot, vocabulary for metaphysical things is often lacking. Alfar means lots of things. It means elves. It means souls generally. It means the exalted male ancestors. It means lots of stuff. In the same way, Jotnar are everything from the primal giant Ymir to the frost giants to the fire giants in Muspelheim, and also big, mean, evil things in the east. So there's Jotnar that are evil and the forces of, intentional chaos and malevolence. And there's Jotnar that, as we've seen, are a beloved of the Aesir and that they take for wives and that are old primal spiritual forces of natural things, of primal forces, of like ancient wisdom and ancient magic. So Jotnar encompasses a bunch of evil, chaotic entities, but also just old. I say subconscious, and that has a meaning. I mean less than conscious. I mean like primal conscious, more than I mean what we would think of as subconscious per se. But they're this, anyways. There's ones that are mean, nasty giants that Thor goes to bust up in the east. And then there's also Jotnar that are just primal forces that are neutral or that can be benevolent and in alignment with the gods, depending. So the term I dispute, but the concept, chaos on the rise. We see it all around us. I don't think it is always from primal natural forces. I think very often it is from chaotic forces of entropy and destruction. Some of those are malevolent. Some of those are lazy is the best word, but I don't necessarily mean that. But forces that pull us towards entropy and pull us down when we're trying to. And I don't think this is wholly inaccurate, but to liken it to science, and I am not a scientist nor a physicist in any way, but just the concept of lift and drag and gravity and stuff. There are forces that want to pull down when we are trying to elevate and do better things. Those forces that try to hold back, or more importantly, the forces that try to pull into destruction and destroy. Something important, though Jotnar applies to lots of different things that are outside of the Aesir, Ettin's a little bit less so. And the idea of consumption is a big theme linguistically in those forces. of consuming and destroying by consumption. So I would keep that in mind. But yes, absolutely, we're in the wolf age, and chaos is out there running wild and doing crazy nonsense. And that that positions us in a really special time where rightly aligned folks and people who are trying to do something beautiful have an opportunity to be truly heroic. When we are in the golden age and everybody's doing the right thing, then doing the right thing, you're just like everybody else, which is awesome. That's great for existence to be in that place. But an advantage of being in a degenerate age where so much is not how we want it, those of us that do stand up for the Aesir and for order and for beauty and for nobility, we get a chance to really shine. And each of us are much more special than we would be if the whole world was right as it should be. We get the opportunity to make much more of an impact as an individual as we would in a different situation. And that's a unique blessing that we have, even though there's a lot of things around us we don't like. So I would keep that in mind. And I'm sure, Svan, you might have thoughts on this.
Yeah, actually, those two questions really link really well. I think that we need to move away from, and I spoke of this before, that the Jotuns are like a different race from the Aesir. That's like saying that the French and the English are a different race, or you know, the Germans and the Dutch are a different race. They are very different in their overall you know, the cultural stuff and a lot of those things. And from a mythic standpoint, where
Dutch
they
got
stand,
chocolatey Pete.
What's that?
I said the Dutch got chocolatey Pete.
Yes, and I'm sure the Germans are like, no, those are swamp Germans. Those are different. They, you know, we need to get away from that because, of course, it is clearly known that Bor is the first Aus. Bestla is a Jotun from the Hrimthurser of the primordial. So Jotun, first and foremost, should always kind of be seen as Alserigo, they said, ancient. But it does have linguistic connection to like an Icelandic word, Jarvi. Jarvi means to consume, and it survived in our language with the word scarf. And sometimes, you know, you think of the clothing item, but other people also say he scarfed down that food. It's because it still holds into connection of the idea that there is a consumption in the mouth of, like, it's just constant. So the biggest culprit of what, and I think that a lot of people, when they look at Asatru and they go, oh, well, you guys are amoral, or you guys don't have any sense of, you know, punishment for wrongdoings or what have you, or you don't necessarily have a source. A lot of people will argue, oh, no, Loki's not like a devil or what have you. But there is a clear source of where you're seeing a lot of this coming from. It is Fenris Orvar. Fenris Orvar, of the three children, is brought into the domiciles of the gods. And what happens in the halls of the gods happens in the hearts of men. Seen as the least, you know, threatening, really because of size, but is brought into the halls of the gods and raised up. And this is Aryan mythos 101 of the binding of a chaotic beast. But there's some interesting things to note. The influx, every place that is in the middle world, influx in and also out. So Fenris is moved from the heavenly realms, the upper world, the place, the origin of time and all things that are ordered. He is moved after he is bound to the eastern, and he is kept in the Black Lake. And it says the sword that holds his mouth open, he is slavering his poisonous spit into the lake, and it seeps. And remember, just like Vanaheim and Jotunheim, they influx into the middle world just as much as they take out. I would say, obviously Jotunheim takes more out than it gives, and what it does give, the gift is not good. So oftentimes the chaos that you see, especially in the hearts of men, especially in the hearts of the folk, in the minds of the folk, that sickness, that point of diminishing the power of the souls of the folk hurts the Aesir directly. And that poisoning of his slobber, that venomous spit, is what is, I think, seeping into the hearts and the minds of in this day and age. So oftentimes I will always say, this is the wolf age, and with good reason, because it is the wolf, the Vargar, the great, terrible, demon wolf that is poisoning folks' minds away from what is good, what is true. And so that's a culprit that I don't ever see anyone talk about. And I've always held this belief that the wolf age is directly connected to, of course, the poisoning of Fenris Ulfr's slobbering jaws. The chaos, the dissipation, the venom is all sourced from him as it flows from Jotunheim into the middle world.
So we those of you that tuned in for a whole lot of Skírnismál and we're 5 verses in, some of that's due to my tardiness today. But a lot of it, you guys can read these stories on your own if you want. What the point of this is to apply them to our greater mythos and apply them to our religion of Asatru. And in order to do that, we spend, Svan and I sometimes, it's funny, sometimes we'll go and we'll knock one out real quick. Sometimes we'll tediously go over one for a long time because things pop up that are important to cover. But about this and understanding the forces in opposition to what we do. There are, I guess, 2 flavors of bad guys that are both aligned against us, and it's important to recognize them both. A lot of edgelords want to suggest that Asatru doesn't have polarity between good and evil. That's not true, but Asatru is more complicated than just that. So there's black and white in Asatru. There's also a tremendous amount of gray area. And in that dark gray area is forces of entropy and laziness. We have chaos that seeks to actively destroy and burn and break things. In one sense, that's easy to recognize, and easy is the wrong word, but it's straightforward to combat. There is also, aligned with the forces of chaos, those forces of subtle decay and entropy. The forces of laziness, of primal, not elevating the soul more than the primal. And the most primal elements are those primal Jotnar that have not been awakened. If you read Steve McNally, our founder's writings, he talks a lot about awakening. One of the, I guess, differences between the Aesir and those primal Jotnar that are the progenitors of the Aesir is these very powerful primal forces that still slumber, and they exist in a sort of slumbering state. They're not fully conscious. They're not fully awakened. The Aesir are awakened. They're aware of their divinity, and that sets them apart. That force of consciousness and will sets them apart and is imbued in what we are as the Aryan or the noble people. We see that all the time. It is one thing when we have an evil foe to go out and fight. That attacks us in one way. But that force of keeping us from, keeping us focused on the primal, keeping us focused on our bellies and our loins, and that's what we're focused on, and nothing higher, nothing better, keeping us in an animal state. Those forces of entropy serve chaos. One of the meta themes of our entire mythos and our entire faith is rising above that, not negating it. Those things are important. Hunger and lust and all of those things are great if they are under the control of a higher consciousness, if they are under the mastery of something awakened and something that's upward aimed. But those are the forces of degeneracy that it develops the moral trappings, but set aside for a moment, degeneracy. Those are forces that decay us and bring us down from a higher level that we've brought ourselves to as Aryan people. Things that bring us down, stop our progress. That's the chaos that is harder to defend against because it is much more subtle. We see that with all the movement in our lore. We see that in the march of the cycles that lead towards Ragnarok. We see that in the sun and the moon staying, just outside of the gaping jaws of the wolves. We see that throughout. And that's one thing that we see rampant amongst our folk, and it's talked about that being a hallmark of the wolf age, is our tendency to turn on one another and to attack each other over petty, lower concerns rather than elevate, bring each other up over that higher goal that we're reaching towards. And that's why it's important that we're always thinking about what we're doing and why we're doing it, and keeping victory in sight, keeping our eyes on the prize. That vigilance is what this is, this big theme that I talk about, and why this program is called Victory Never Sleeps. We have to constantly stay vigilant against those forces of decay and to push towards what we're trying to achieve, to stay awake and to stay alert. And this is a lot of talking before we get to verse number 6. So let's carry on with that, if you will, Svan.
Well, I think it's great because, again, this is a shorter poem for sure, and it opens up a lot. I did want to throw a challenge out to the audience. If anyone could name the river that flows out of Fenris's mouth. And it's an interesting one, and I would love to expound on that because I think it's going to draw a lot of questions. So, all right. So moving on. Let's see. All right. So moving into stanza number 6. Frey speaks. From Gymir's house I beheld go forth a maiden dear to me. Her arms glittered, and from their gleam shone all the sea and the sky. So now we get kind of the connection between our audience is that the features that draw him to her, the fact that she has these arms that glittered, or they shine of light. There is a gleam, and we've mentioned that before in some previous episodes, in which, again, the beauty standard there was, if you had swarthy, shoulders and arms, you were someone who had, lived or worked in the fields. And so a beauty standard of the age was definitely the fair skin, unmarred, and just, holding or shining of the light. And the other point of this is Gymir's house. So Gymir's house is there. Is speaking of Gerðr's father. She lives in her father's hall, Gymir. Gymir is it's a bit confusing because we don't quite know etymologically what it holds to, and there's more confusion because the Jotun, who is semi-aligned with the Aus, who sits at the primordial center, at the place in which connected in Midgard through the waters, through the ocean, at the cauldron, is Aegir. And so there is reference to Gymir being Aegir. Beyond that, there isn't much to stand on, and it may have been more of a linguistic thing in which Snorri was utilizing these heities and names that repeat themselves. But Gymir doesn't have, just by itself, this doesn't have a solid etymological source. And I mean, I haven't found anything, further on that as well. But it is also mentioned too, and we'll go into Gerðr's mother as well, though she's not mentioned in this poem. She's mentioned elsewhere. But she is living with her mother and father, which would lend to the idea that the Holy Frey and Gerðr, they are young. It's just kind of implying it, in essence, as opposed to being older and owning their own hall. So this is the love struck Holy Frey being as a young man, or as obviously a young Aus, but projected or euhemerized as a young man. In stanza 7, to me more dear than in days of old was ever made into man, but no one of the gods or elves will grant that we both should be together. So he clearly says, in the days of old, there's never been more a deeper calling between the feminine by the hunger or the desire of the masculine. The maiden is to man. And this, again, I think really does emphasize an Aryan mythos trope that always shows up and is very, very important. And that is the masculine energy attaining some wisdom, knowledge, gifting from the feminine. This happens within other stories, like when we spoke about Lord Odin gaining the mead of poetry from Gunnlóð, the battle song, and we also see it elsewhere in other branches of Aryanism, in which you will see the stories of the young warrior attaining a blade, the young warrior attaining a drink, the young warrior attaining some magical food, and it's guarded or presided over by a feminine being. We see it even too surviving in King Arthur attaining the sword from the Lady of the Lake. This is a continuing thing that is worth noting. But he says, but not one of the gods or of the elves will grant that we both be together. And again, this is simply saying, like, none of the lords of order, the gods of the heavenly realms, no one's going to support this. So, in verse 8, Skirnir speaks. Then give me the horse that goes through the dark, and the magic flickering flames, and the sword as well that fights for itself against the giants grim. So this is alluding to the sword that Lord Frey has, and it fights for itself. This is again a point of his as Mjolnir is to Lord Thor, this sword is to Holy Frey, but it isn't later talked about in this story. But it is alluded to that the sword is lost for love, and the only really good proposal that I've ever seen was from a storyteller who proposed that the sword was a bride price, if you will, for the loss of Gerther in the whole home. So, in essence, it was given to Gymir or the Jotuns, and that is why it's at such a deficit, and that is why the Holy Frey must fight Surtur in Ragnarok with a deer antler. That's mentioned later. So he takes the sword, and he takes Lord Frey's or Holy Frey's horse. Blóðin is the name of Frey's horse. Bloody hooves. Then Holy Frey says in stanza 9, "The horse will I give thee that goes through the dark and the magic flickering flames, and the sword as well that will fight for itself if a worthy hero wields it." And Skirnir speaks again, but this time it's to the horse, if you will. He's kind of in the stories, like in the story version that I like to tell, is he's speaking. He goes to the stable and he prepares to ride. He places on the saddle and he speaks to Blóðin and he says, "Dark is it without, and I deem in time to fare through the wild fells, to fare through the giant's fastness. We shall both come back, for us both together the terrible giant will take." And I think that this is kind of contexted a little bit oddly by the way Bellows does it, but he says, it is dark in the the outlanding place, the Jotunheim, and I deem it that we will fare through much of the wilds. We'll fare through the chaos. And again, this is alluding to the idea that perhaps Lord Thor is much more akin to this than the other Aus, and we shall travel through the place in which the Jotuns live, the place in which they move about, and we shall come back together, or we shall not come back at all. Is in essence what's being said, even though that's kind of written a little oddly. So we move to stanza 11. And again, this is a intermediary injection of kind of giving sense of time has passed. So Skirnir rode into Jotunheim to Gymir's house. There were fierce dogs bound before the gate of the fence, which was around Gareth's hall. He rode to where he saw a herdsman sitting on the hill. And he said, and so this part here is interesting because it kind of has a function of laying out the land, giving an idea of why this is so, challenging. And it also has a kind of colloquial sense of the ideas. You go to a hall and you might run into the herdsman of that hall in the outer outskirts, and you might be able to glean some wisdom. And that is that's what he's intending to do. So he goes to the herdsman and he says, "Tell me, herdsman, sitting on the hill and watching all the ways, how may I win a word with the maid past the hounds of Gymir here?" And in stanza 12, the herdsman speaks. He says, Art thou doomed to die, or already dead? Thou horseman that ridest hither, Barred from speech shall thou ever be if Gymir's daughter good. So that's an interesting one. And I think that the Godrar of that in Old Norse means given, or is blessed. Like if Gymir's daughter blesses you, in essence, blesses you with what he wants, which is to speak to her. But you will not, you will not be able to speak because you'll be dead. is really what he's saying. Barred from speech, you'll never say another word again if you run into those hounds. Even if she does bless you, you have to get through them. And Skirnir speaks in stanza 13. He says, boldness is better than plaints can be. So it is better to be bold than to mire in complaint or to look downly only on the situation. For him whose feet must fare to a destined day has mine age been doomed, and my lifespan thereto laid. If anyone was ever wondering where that stanza in the book Eaters of the Dead, or that bit from the 13th Warrior comes from, it comes from Skírnismál. And it's clearly stated, the day of my death has already been set, and I won't live a bit longer. I'm not 100% familiar with the movie and when he says it. I remember it a long time ago, but this is where it comes from. And I really do like the fact that he says, that the boldness is better than, complaining. It's better to move. And it's kind of very, very reminiscent to what Alcir really says. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. He's going to figure it out. So this is the part where it kind of shifts over to Gerður. And she's taken notice because of this kind of interaction, if you will. Actually, but there might be, so I know that some storytellers speak of him jumping the wall or jumping a flaming wall, and that's what the noise that draws Gerður. But that is an interpolation of the storytellers. But Gerður speaks to her handmaiden. In stanza 14, she says, "What noise is that which now so loud I hear within our house? The ground shakes, and the home of Gymir around me trembles too." I mean, that's pretty straightforward. It's so loud she can hear it inside. And the Ambaut, the serving maiden, says, "One stands without, who has leapt from his steed and let his horse loose to graze." Now, this part here is, again, lost. There's two, if you're following along, there's two stanzas there that are remarked but are gone. There are notes in the bottom there about the manuscript and about how the scholar Boog believes that these are placed elsewhere in the poem. I don't have much of a state on that one, but it is worth noting, if he's saying that he's hopped from his horse to loose to graze, he's most likely in the surrounding courtyard or the surrounding land within the fence. He's made his way in to the inner guard.
So, Svan, we are getting answers into your question about the river flowing forth from Fenrir's mouth, the river Vaun, the river of hope.
Okay, so this is an interesting one. Why would the slavering, poisonous river coming out of Fenris Ulfr's mouth be called hope? It's because there's a little bit more beyond just hope. So, like, again, reading simply a translation from Wikipedia can be very dangerous, because there are other meanings for Vaun, and one of the big ones is expectation or desire. And I think that the meaning of vown is the desire to poison, the desire for revenge, the desire to break free. And it is interesting. And I here, just looking it up, I wanted to bring it up here is, let me see, where did it go? Vown. Expectation, desire, prospect, or hopes. And it's utilized in multiple different ways. And so a lot of times I think when people read that, they might be a little lost. And here's another thing about translations. When you look at translations, going into breaking simple words up, like the word vow, V-ow, is that word means woe and calamity and danger. And so depending on the usage of the word and what time it was used, it could have different meanings. And I find that when you read those translations and you're like, hope, why hope? You got to look further in. Oftentimes that might just be the first word of the definition that they might have pulled it from. So desirous and expected is another meaning of the river. And again, vow means calamity. So I've often always translated that as expecting or desiring calamity. And that is why the slaver poisons the folks' minds and creates this, where it's depriving the house of mighty souls, keeps us away from attaining our woed self. It is the lower form. It is the beast form. It is the form in which we must rise above. Is
I'd like to point out a couple of things as relates to that. One of the most detrimental things that I have seen in modern Asatru is the defeatism or foregone conclusion by so many of our folk that everything must just be futile and we can't win anyway and everything sucks and everything's a big scam. Might as well just not do anything. And that feeds into what I talked about that lethargy or pull towards entropy that is such a powerful force of chaos. We've seen it all the time. We see it writ large. We see it in small scale. But when we always assume everything must be too good to be true, everything must be a big lie, we see this displayed in a lot of different ways. But one of the things is, if anybody ever does something successful, well, it's clearly they're feds, or that's the people with tiny hats and big noses doing it, or whatever the case might be. That prevents so many good things from happening, is our constant focus of, it's all rigged. We can't win anyway, so we might as well not try. That's the easiest way to prevent anything good from ever happening. It sounds trite, but there's a lot of truth to the idea that what it takes for evil to exist is for good men to do nothing. If we're lulled into a sense that we can't do anything, we might as well just entropy into video games and porn and getting on Twitter and doom spiraling. Because we can't really get chicks that actually want to know us in a carnal way. We can't actually be successful at life. We can't. When that's so internalized, the defeatism rots out our soul. A couple of years ago, everybody was exalting over Sky King. I don't know if you guys remember Sky King, but not disparaging the guy at all. It's a tragedy. There's a white young man that thought, he tried so hard, and he had self-taught himself how to pilot aircraft, and that was his dream. He was a kid before he even gave it a good shot. He reckoned that with affirmative action and diverse hiring practices and all of the various things, that he wasn't wanted and he could never be a pilot, and that was his dream. He stole a plane. He did amazing maneuvers with it that were mind-blowing, and then he plummeted to his death with it because he was convinced that there's no way he could win. Had a good 70 years ahead of him that he could have done amazing things. But so many of our folk drink that spittle and have that expectation, and it's poisoning us from the inside out. And I think it's really important that we know that and fight against it. And you know what? This is something too, and I run into this in the AFA sometimes. Every time something doesn't work out, or we put trust in somebody that doesn't live up to it, there's a group of naysayers that will say, you guys should have known better, or that's, of course, or whatever. Sometimes we do know better. One of the things about winning and about being noble is sometimes odds are against you and you try to do it anyway. Because if you don't try, nothing good happens. And there's always that chance that you can make something great happen out of something that is, not the best of circumstances. And to keep trying is really important. If we automatically assume that because the deck is stacked against us sometimes, we don't try, that is the easiest way for any force that would oppose us to prevent us from doing anything, is that lethargy. And I might as well not try. You know what I could do instead? I could work all day, every day at a job that I hate, that I barely get by at, and I could spend my time being unhappy and escaping into various things. And I'm not saying that any of us have recreation, and all of us escape into a lot of different things to make us happy, and that's okay here and there to recharge. But as a pattern and as a lifestyle choice, it's not. That is the most effective tool. If somebody says, hey, I'm calling you out, let's fight, cool. Half of us are going to get up, knuckle up, put our chest out and go for it. But if you just say, you can't win anyway, it's too hard. But you know what? There's this nonsense over here you can do instead and barely get by and be comfortable and fat. We choose that really often. It's much more seductive. It's a much more effective tool of the enemy. And rather than complain about it or talk about the conspiracy of it, no, well played, chaos. How about we learn from it next time and don't make that mistake? And it's so much harder than I'm pointing it out to be. But it's really, really important. And I think that is the biggest. We can talk about all of the forces out there that hold us back. The biggest thing that I have witnessed holding us back in the, 23, 24 years now that I've been involved in Asatru, or, what the kids today might call white positive things, is defeatism and infighting from our own folks. And that is the tragedy that we are trying so hard to overcome. And we're working every day to overcome it. And we will. If everybody all of a sudden got happy and put their shoulder behind the wheel to move us forward, we would go faster. But we're going to overcome regardless. And we are. But that's the biggest detriment I've seen. So that idea that we got to wake up every morning with a mission that we want to accomplish, we got to go to bed every evening feeling like we have, even if it's infinitesimally small, we have moved that forward. We have moved closer to that goal. That's the victory that we are all pursuing and that we're trying so hard to pursue together. But that force of keeping us down, of entropy, is seductive. And a part of that is what Svan talked about, the slobber of defeatism. I waxed too long on that. So, on a positive note, rather than that, I will say this. Says it is in the copper can. This can is not copper, it's aluminum, but it's delicious. You can find these at Costco. They are flavored Moscow mules. I am not sponsored by Costco, but Costco, if you would like to sponsor the Asatru Folk Assembly, we would appreciate that. Either way, I didn't mean to be a downer on it, but I think some of these points are really important. And if we know the traps of the enemy, it's much easier to avoid them. But we've got to constantly remind ourselves that those traps are there. The way traps work is that they're seductive. So we have to keep our eyes open and stay vigilant. And a lot more of me talking than actually going on the meat of this this poem. So let's get back to the lay of Skírnir.
So as we move to stanza 16, Gerður says to her handmaiden, bid the man come in and drink good mead here within our hall. Thou this I fear, that there without my brother's slayer stands. So this is not 100% understood what she's referring to. There is a lot of theories, and with good reason. So we know of a brief mentioning that the Holy Frey fights a Jotun by the name of Bailey, and he fights him, and that some people have theorized that Gerður is Bailey's sister. However, one thing that they don't kind of, and again, timelines are very, very subjective in the lore. He defeats Bailey with his bare hands. And on a general sense, most people think that this is because he has already given up his sword. Or it could be that he felt no threat by him and would fight him barehanded instead of needing a weapon. However, these are jumps. They're references to Bailey and the Holy Frey being Bailey's slayer, but there is no absolute connection that this is her that they're all connected, though with good reason, since a lot of referencing back and forth between all of the stories, it is entirely plausible. And I think I'm generally of the inclination to believe that that is the case, but that the chronological aspect is either thrown off, or again, he felt not threatened, so I don't even need my sword. But that is a story that is lost, and it's only mentioned here and in the Völuspá. So she states, I fear that this may be my brother's slayer. And again, she's not going to arms, but instead wanting to find out who this person is and what the entailing of if this person is or not, because she has very, very strong. Her family is strong, so luring him in, if you will, to find out the truth and who he actually is, and perhaps dealing with it from there. So, in stanza 17, she says, "Art thou of the elves, or of the offspring of the gods, or of the wise Wanes? How camest thou alone through the leaping flame, thus to behold our home?" So in the poem, it doesn't make mention of the flaming wall around the house until here. So a lot of the storytellers that have converted the poems back into stories speak of the gate and that the flame originates from the gate and that there are hounds in front of it. So it's just a very daunting situation. You have a giant gate with two big hounds in front of it that are ready to fight. Not only that, the archway of the gate produces a flame that surrounds the entire house. How'd you do it? How'd you get past this? And another thing again is she states, are you from the elves? Are you from the gods? Are you from the Vanir? Are you a children of a child of the gods, or are you from the Wanes, the Vanir of the middle? And he speaks in return in stanza 18. He says, "I am not of the elves, nor the offspring of the gods, nor of the wise Wanes, though I came alone through the leaping flame, thus to behold thy home." And this is where I was making mention that the exalting of the human soul to be lifted up, to be residing with the holy gods, a very special station, a station in which I believe Skirnir is a part of. I believe that he is an entity that was ascended, if you will. And this is one of those outside of perhaps the Einherjar, or brief mentionings with in Bill Skirnir with Thor. So he speaks, and he didn't emphasize this earlier in the story, so you kind of have to go with it, but he speaks about what he has. In stanza 19, he says, 11 apples, all of gold. Here will I give thee, Gareth, to buy thy troth, that Frey shall be deemed to be dearest to you. So, like many other Aryan branches, it's that I have come, but I have come with the food of the gods. I've come with the sustenance of the gods, and I will give them to you if you would pledge your love, your loyalty, your faith in my master, the Holy Frey. And now things get snarky. This is kind of fun. The idea is just how the offerings and the placements in which he's trying to angle end up falling flat because Gerther is just very unapproachable and very, very cunning in the way that she's angling these desirable things. And I think it's also kind of important to note that the Jotuns were often seen as not needing the maintenance of this, as they, their erosion over time was much, much slower. In stanza 20, Gerther says, I will not take at any man's wish these 11 apples ever, nor shall Frey and I one dwelling find, so long as we two live. I don't need the apples. I don't need your Lord. We'll never ever be in the same place together. And so this begins the entire crucible of the story is the ray of light from the Lord of the Light Elves goes to the cold and shining earth to bade it to open up. And it's met with resistance, clearly so. So in stanza 21, Skirnir says, then I bring thee the ring that has burned of old with Odin's son. From it do 8 of like weight fall on every 9th night. So, for those who are unfamiliar, this is, of course, Dropnir, the dripping one. This is the ring of Lord Odin. It's at Odin's Hof, again, writing in the Folk Futhark, there is a band upon his arm. And there's also a band upon Baldur's arm at Baldur's Hof, because the connection of Dropnir, the idea is that Dropnir is given to Baldur. Baldur goes to the place away from time in the shade beyond the veil and waits. And then Dropnir is returned. And so it's very interesting that this is added in. The apples and the ring, it doesn't give us a good chronological sense. Is this before everything with Baldur? Is this after? It's not quite known. But I also think that for poetic verse, this is about really bringing out the big guns, that our ancestors would have heard this and been like, man, she's the apples of immortality, the ring that produces itself over and over again, just to emphasize again how cold, how hard, and how unmoving Gerther is. In stanza 22, she speaks, "The ring I wish not, though burned it was of old with Odin's son." So here, kind of alluding to after the funeral pyre, this is the return, Dropnir. Or the poem is simply alluding to it because that's how the audience might know it to be. In Gymir's home is no lack of gold. In the wealth of my father wields. So she speaks that the source of her father, her hall, has got plenty of riches. She's not greedy. She doesn't need any of that, wealth or immortality. So start to escalate a little bit here.
So here's a note. Critics of this and new woke audiences, whatever, hashtag me too on it or whatever the deal is, you can see this is a bartering process. There is an understanding there is a bride price. There is an understanding that there's the custom of, this is what you do and this is how you make stuff work, is you offer things and you prove your worth or not, and there is this interplay in the winning of a spouse, winning of a partner. These things are, especially amongst nobility, these things are negotiated, and there's a commoditization of it in a sense, and not in a crass sense, but in a very important sense. And that would have been very familiar to the original audience of this. This isn't what a modern audience might make it. This would make a lot more sense to a early medieval or late Dark Age audience.
And the bride price, a lot of people try to say, oh, this is chattel. This is them, buying a woman. They're looking at it completely wrong. Of course, just because they want to make this patriarchal argument.
Sure, it is buying a woman in a sense. It's also, you buy men. You have weregild. You have a sense of people have a value. And in a society where those things determine life and death, it's meaningful. Whether we want to realize it or not, things have value and not all things are equal. It seems crass to put a value on a human life, but in a society where life expectancy is different than ours, human life does have a value. How much resources does that person consume? How much resource do they provide? Those things, it seems impolite to discuss that when we live in an age of such abundance. But if we didn't, those things matter tremendously, whether it's polite or not. It is true. So determining value, and this is another time to make a note. And I am taking the long-winded role this evening, but I think this is really important to our faith and certainly to our ancestors' worldview. We don't believe in equality in the AFA, and it's not done in quite as stark survival terms as people in the Viking Age, perhaps, because we have a lot more wiggle room when it comes to survival. But worth is really important. Money is a really easy way to quantify that, and it's kind of the root of how we value different things and different commodities. But it doesn't end at that. And we see this in the rune Fehu. We see this idea of value and of worth. Worth is really important. Worth comes with power or reputation, hamenya, standing before the gods or the folk. Worth can mean a lot of things, but the concept of increasing your worth is essential to Asatru. And what's more, this is one of those things, and we've talked before a number of times about, we throw out religious words with the bathwater too easily because maybe we grew up associating them with Christianity. But Christianity in Europe is largely expressed through words that came from our pre-existing religion. Worship is one of those things. Worship breaks down etymologically into worthship, or assigning worth to or recognizing worth of. We worship our gods by acknowledging their worthiness or their worth. When you'd read medieval literature of knights, they would, even in the Christian era, where, worshiping anything other than their desert god was considered idolatry. Knights would go from court to court and tournament to tournament to win worship. What did that mean? It meant to have their worth acknowledged in foreign courts. In a way, Lord Freyr is sending his manservant to establish his worth in the house or the court of this giantess and her father. So worth matters tremendously. Money is one way of understanding it. A mighty, a gold ring that makes 9 rings every night is a way of demonstrating worth he can provide, as is his sword, as is many of these things. But the idea of establishing worth and reputation is very valuable, and I thought it was worth, spending a few minutes reiterating here.
You bring up a point as well. In lore, in the sagas, the family will oftentimes give gifts like boats, weapons, and things to the son so that he can go out into the world and establish his worth. Whereas with the daughter is given a dowry that she oftentimes is constructed, it's made, and when it's done, it usually helps with the household. Her worth at home. So you'll see that a lot. Like if there is a male figure that stays at home too long, he's called a coal chewer. That means like he's sitting next to the fire for too long, or he's nibbling on his mother's skirt. Whereas with a woman, with a daughter, it is seen that like you have to compensate the family for the loss of her value in the home, because she oftentimes brings so much extra help as well. So the bride price was really about compensation and establishing what she is worth from the prospective person, the person that's trying to attain her hand. If he's willing to give over much in order to assuage the deficit that will come from her leaving the home. And it's a large thing. Again, it's a societal flex saying she's worth this much, and she's worth a lot that you're going to lose once she comes to my home and to my hall, and I can provide for her. So like, that's kind of piggybacking on what you said.
No, it's really important, and we see it in modern ways in different senses. People very commonly will build up like a college fund for a child, so when they reach adulthood, they have some kind of a purse they can take towards their professional endeavors. We see it in different parts of the world. I think they still see it in a way that's much more a one-for-one understanding of this. But the principle really does matter. And like I said, we look askance at it and turn our nose up at it when it has a direct monetary value. In a way, I think we feel that cheapens it. But it's not just worth in terms of dollar bills. It's in terms of status, or in terms of suitability, or maybe genetic. You're going to produce the most amazing grandkids for this person's family, or just in terms of, hey, this guy is somebody we trust is going to raise our grandkids with the values that mean something to us. Or, hey, we think that this person is going to stick around when times are tough and make sure our daughter doesn't find themselves in hardship and desperation if we're not here to take care of her. Worth, when we put it in terms of things we value and not things we think are dirty like money, it makes more sense, and maybe it has more value to us. So I challenge you guys to kind of quantify worth in terms like that, as opposed to gold. One of the things is gold, you can take it and get whatever you need. We get this on kind of an aside for a second. We'll get back to the text, but when people want to help the AFA out with our food pantries or whatever, and they'll say, hey, well, I have a bunch of canned food in my pantry. Can I send it to you? Yeah, I guess you can. And you're paying by the pound of what you're sending, of a weight of canned food, and it's super inefficient. How about you just donate X dollars to it, and then we can buy the food that we need? Oh no, money's dirty. It's not quite that simple. So the fluidity of gold, when they talk about those rings or whatever, it's not just so you have shiny things. It's an ability to acquire to this audience. If you are noble, it is a symbol of status, of wealth, of the ability to retain warriors to protect you, of the ability to provide for your people. They would take these rings very oftenly and clip chunks to pay for stuff, like it was a very tangible commodity. But it meant that, into a more middle class or a more serf audience that heard this story recited orally, these things transfer a lot. They mean the difference sometimes between starvation and good health for you and your children. So I say that to say this isn't about, threatening the use of force, or about, buying sexual favors. That's not the point. The point is a transfer of value between things and a bestowing of value upon certain things. And I think that that gets lost sometimes when we just gloss over it. All right, Svan, take us back to the text.
No, this is great. I'm on
the
other end.
So some of these, you'll see that I'll sit here and I won't say anything for like 45 minutes while Svan's reading the stuff. Because some stories are very much like that. And honestly, like the audience, when Svan gets to reading and doing his thing, I really like to sit and listen. Other times, small things will bring up points that maybe I've wanted to make or I think are really important. And one of the cool things about going through the lore with you all is the different ways those are brought to mind, and hopefully the way, if I can explain it in that context or in that way, maybe it's meaningful to some of our listeners or our viewers in a way that maybe I haven't been able to express it before. Anyways, that's my hope.
Yeah, and I think that value there too is you never know who exactly you're addressing or somebody that might come up to the thought of it. Or again, too, just seeing where some of our stances are or where we perceive history as. You have these people that perceive it as like, a dowry is nothing and a bride price is chattel. And we're more of the mindset, no, there is a dynamic here and it's being, applied then, but it could be.
Jay Barmore appreciates it. I appreciate you, Jay. Seeing him over in the chat. Thank you for that. All right, well, let's get back to our story.
So, this is where it ramps up a bit. It's at this point, Skirnir looks down at the sheath on his belt, and I really like how Douglas Rossman, a storyteller, says, he shows a bit of the blade. I always found that just as a memory for me to be great. But he says, seest thou, maiden, this keen, bright sword that I hold here in my hand? Thy head from thy neck shall I straightway hew, if thou wilt not do my will. And Gerther doesn't shake. She says, for no man's sake will I ever suffer to be thus moved by might, but gladly, methinks, will Gymer seek to fight if he finds thee here. So you may threaten me, you may even succeed, but you will not make it out of this hall alone before my father destroys you, is basically what she's saying. So in 25, Skirnir says, and this is a repetition line again to build that alliteration. See thou, maiden, this keen, bright sword that I hold here in my hand? Before its blade the old giant bends. Thy father is doomed to die. So he simply just states, I'll kill your father too. So now we've escalated from gift giving to threats of physical violence. But what we're going to next is beyond the physical, if you will. Let me see. We are on 26, correct? Double checking. Or is it 20?
That'd be the next one, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So now we move beyond. For people that are interested in the runes, this has a huge chunk of runic, kind of like it's alluding to runic power and how serious this is. And it's also understood simply that the gods have formulated runic power to such a degree that it's terrifying, that Lord Odin attaining the runes and then transferring the knowledge to the heavenly ones, to Heimdall, even to Skirnir, that the idea of magical knowledge via the runes is not simply something that Lord Odin is like. He's the god of the runes. Again, this is alluded to over and over and over again, that the gods know the runes because the runes are truly magical, truly powerful, and they are the foundations of the building blocks of the universe. And Lord Odin won that prize and shared it with the heavenly beings, because again, he is the Lord of attainment and binding and releasing of fetters or knowledge. So he turns to say, I strike thee, maid, with my magical staff, to tame thee, to work my will. There shalt thou go, where never again the sons of men shall see thee. So now he's starting to lay the beginning of the threat of the magical runes, but it gets much worse. So basically saying, I will banish you to the outer realms, where the sons of men, no one with eyes to perceive you, will see you. On the eagle's hill shalt thou ever sit, and gaze upon the gates of hell, more loathsome to thee than the light-hued snake. To men shall thy meat become. And this here is the eagle's hill, the lonesome place in which the hunter perches, the wind-blown place. And you will stare and look upon the gates of the dead. You shall be in a place on the outskirts, in between physical and timelessness. And you will be so lost of pallor. You will be like, like a yellowed snake, and that, your flesh will become of that. Now, this is an interesting one too, because when we speak of the meat, remember too, meat, especially in Anglo-Saxon, just meant food. So the question that I had about this one was, if there's a connection there, would it be that her skin, her pallor is becoming sickly, and is unwanted. Her flesh will be unwanted. The other is that she will become so thin and so gaunt and so dropped that she is not of a meal. She cannot be consumed. No one would want her. And I think that's alluding to desire. The idea is that kind of like, in the old cartoons, when the cartoon saw, like, it would have a feminine woman, and then the guy would turn into a wolf and start slavering at the jaws or what have you. The meaning of this is interesting, if you will. But, again, that you will turn into the pallor of an Ormir, a snake, loathsome and undesired. And it gets worse again. So in 28, fearful to see if thou comest forth, you will be terrible to look upon. Walk. Hrimnir will stand and stare. Men will marvel at thee. More famed shalt thou grow than the watchman of the gods, more famed than Heimdall himself. Peer forth then from thy prison. Rage and longing, fetters and wrath, tears and torment are thine. Where thou sittest down, my doom is upon thee, of heavy heart and double dole. For anybody that's not familiar with the word dole, it means the handing out. That which I am handing upon you will be heavy upon your heart, and you will sit down and be filled with rage, be filled with desire. The fetters of wrath and tears of torment will hold you. And this is where this poetic part is really, really good. The way that they're doing the alliteration and just kind of driving it.
Bellows is imperfect, but when he's on, he's really on. I think a lot of this is expressed really, really beautifully. And some of the passages are confusing of why he made certain choices. Others are really, really well done.
Yeah, and one thing we passed through that I wanted to bring up too is the idea that or when he says 3 runes I shall write against you, 3 thirst runes, 3 cursing runes. The word thirst is very akin, I think, in equivalency to perhaps the Christianized word demon. So these are like just evil runes to work against you, to curse you. And he's speaking about the nature of what they can cause. And so, the equivalency there is that he's like, not only am I going to bring runes against you, I'm going to bring the worst runes against you. The 3 thirst runes. In 30, he says, in the giant's home shall vile things harm thee. Each day with evil deeds, grief shalt thou get instead of gladness, and sorrow to suffer with tears. So you will suffer violence at the hands of those around you. You will constantly be pursued for violence or for, terrible things. Never love, never hope, never gladness. It will be, to be struck, to be shunned, and to be spit upon. Is what he's going with here. These runes will conjure up this curse that will produce such a terrible state. And he says in 31, with 3-headed giants thou shalt dwell ever, or never know a husband. Let longing grip thee, let wasting waste thee, be like to the thistle that in the loft was cast and there was crushed. Again, just if you do dwell with anyone, it will be with the horrid, it will be with the lower, it will be with the mutated and afflicted, and you will be, again, afterwards be tossed away. I go to now he's speaking again of the wand. He says, I go to the wood and to the wet forest to win a magic wand. I won a magic wand. Now, there is a break there again in the stanza. The 2 stanzas, or perhaps 1 stanza, are lost. But it, again, referring to the fact that he has gone to the wood to gain this tine, this staff or stavur, this this sliver of wood upon which he will carve these curses upon. And he says in 33, Odin grows angry, and angered is the best of the gods. Frey shall be thy foe. Most evil maid, whose the magic wrath of gods has got for thyself. So you will be the evil maiden that is known for being wrathfully smited by the gods. 34. Give heed, frost rulers. Hear it, giants, sons of Sutung, and gods ye too, how I forbid and how I ban the meeting of men with this maiden, the joy of men with this maid. So if anybody is familiar with Edred Thorson or Dr. Flowers, this part here is where he places the proclamation. When you are carving runes, there is a proclamation section of which you speak the runes, or you know how to speak of them. And this again is where this comes from. He's stating that this is his proclamation to all the Jotuns and to all the gods, that once he carves this, once he lays the blade and the blood and sings the song of these runes on the wand, this is what will happen to her. And there's no amount of protection from her father, no amount of cunning in her own mind that will save her. And then it goes even a little bit further. Hrim Grimnir, the icy, ugly or icy, dark, grimmed face, is he, the giant, who shall have thee in the depth by the doors of hell. To the frost giant's halls each day thou shalt fare, crawling and craving in vain, crawling and having no hope. And it still gets worse. 36, he says, base wretches there by the root of the tree will hold for thee horns of filth. So again, he's making a allusion towards the root in the lower realm, which is near Vergelmer. And he says that, in that place, you will not be met with horns of good. You will be horns of filth. And
just the imagery, that is so gross.
Yeah, it leaves a lot to look at, if you will. Or to wonder about what exactly. Sometimes it's often referred to as, like waste or a urine is even often kind of placed in there as well. You'll receive not mead, but urine.
You get the dookie horn.
Yes. So this is the part where he makes a point of stating the runes that he will carve. He says, I write thee a charm and 3 runes therewith, longing and madness and lust, but what I have writ I may yet unwrite, if I find a need therefore. So he says, the curse I am writing can be undone, but only simply if you are willing to meet my master, to join with him. And this is kind of the end of the threat. Gareth then speaks back to him. Find welcome rather, and with it take the frost cup filled with mead. Thou I did not believe that I should so love ever one of the wains. So she says, take this cup as a pledge that my word is good and that I will meet him. And never had I ever thought that I would, conjoin with the wains. And this is another point in some of the stories that I tell about the beginnings, is that the Aesir, the Ausur gods are above, and that the Vanir and the Jotuns, who are again connected in the middle, have had dealings with each other before the Aesir interceded and started to again create that axis. And in that point, of course, there would be a war, and the war forces the Wains and the Aesir to look at themselves and to conjoin together to fight the forces that dwell in the ancient lands in the east. And so the idea that I portray is that the Wains speak of seeing the folk for the first time after they're shaped by Odin, Vili, and Ve, and they say is this the work of forces in the east? And it's no, this is something more. They are upon high. We need to find out how powerful they are, and that's when they send their emissary Gulve. But that's this part here is kind of alluding to is never would I thought I would ever be with a Vanir. Skirnir then speaks. He says, "My tidings all must I truly learn, ere homeward hence I ride, how soon thou wilt with mighty son of Njordr a meeting make. Again, Bellows really, really masterfully placing that with the alliterations. And Gareth speaks again, body there is, which we both know well, a forest. So a forest named or titled body. A forest fair and still, and 9 nights hence the son of Njord will girth there grant delight. And I've heard people read into this a little in a more of, I think, a degenerate sense. I think that the meaning of the joy that she will give him is his desire to meet with her. She is going to fulfill his wishes. He wants to meet, then he will meet me. And body has the same meaning.
Svan is a gentleman, and I appreciate that. I think they're absolutely going to bump uglies. I think that's kind of the point of it. But
well, yes, ultimately,
I appreciate trying to keep it clean. One thing that I do think is appropriate. Sex isn't bad. And I think that it's when we are in the age that we are in, to where sexuality is so degraded and so constantly overemphasized and overthrust upon the young, and in such a way that is insidious, it's very tempting to react against it. But I think one of the things that really does speak to, especially the Jotnar and the is the sexual coupling of two beings, of two elements. And I think that we see that here, and we see that as a reward won through effort. We don't see it cheapened in it. This may seem a strange take on this, but if nothing else, it seems that this is elevated. She's not giving it up to just anybody. This took effort and proving of worth and of value and of this wasn't an easy sexual conquest. This was a very difficult sexual conquest, and in a way that was worth affirming as opposed to worth denying, as we see a lot of times in a more modern context.
Another thing, it's interesting because body, the word, can be applied to the angular or spikiness of needles of evergreen. So there is lending towards the ideas that the grove in which they are to meet is an evergreen grove, and it is one that they both know well. Another point to make, though, is that it could also be alluding to barley, because there's mention of Snorri using that incorrectly in relation to the ash tree, whereas the word would have been known to be used for evergreens, and that also too it could represent the spiky ends of, or the needling that pops out of the barley wheat. So there, it's not. I mean, generally people take it as a leafy, or I mean, a pine grove or a fir forest. But I always thought it was kind of interesting that it may be a barley field, and that to me too is again another connection to the holy Frey and Freyfaxi and the barley and the wheat.
All right, so I know we only have a couple more passages. We will definitely finish this tonight, no worries. But I want to mention this, and I wanted to mention it earlier, and it evaded me. trying to think of the best way to approach this, because this is a real, I guess, macro theme here. Very kingship to our ancestors, certainly in the Norse period and the Anglo-Saxon period, very much was related, like your legitimacy as a ruler was related to the fertility of the fields during your reign. And kings would be deposed and ritually sacrificed if, all of a sudden they become king and the gods show their disfavor by famine and, low crop yields during your reign. The idea very, very specifically, and we have stories of this in the lore, I think in the Gesta Danorum, I think also in some of the other sagas, the idea that the Swedes, who particularly venerated Freyr, there was a whole mythology built around the king's ability to provide a bountiful yield. So if the earth was unyielding and the crops were not bountiful, that was a curse from the gods and a rejection of a king and of a royal house. A specific story fails me now, and if I would have thought about it earlier, I would have Googled it on the side so I looked like a boss on it. But okay, Svan's going to know what I'm talking about. The idea that a king was good at it, he passed, the fields were crap, and then they put offerings into his barrow, into his mound, in order to receive his good luck, his, I don't know how you phrase it, his like fertility of the fields luck would be extended to the kingdom after his passing. All of these things are extremely relevant to kingship, and they're also extremely connected to Frey and the line of the Yinglings, who are descendant of Frey or trace their royal lineage and legitimacy to Lord Frey. So the idea of him taming the unyielding and, earth that does not want to be fruitful to him has a lot of deeper meanings in our mythos in other ways. This story portrays it poetically and in a really understandable way, but it applies in a deeper way to other sagas and other materials that we'll go over at a later time. The idea that he has the ability through his regnum, through his manservant, through his power to compel the earth to, without trying to be vulgar, to open her loins to him to produce, that means a lot. And it's got much, much deeper meanings. Good night, baby. Love you. See you in the morning. Okay, sleep good.
What are you doing?
Oh, I got the AI camera on that follows me around. I forgot I didn't lock it.
Auto traverse. Well, and one of the things worth noting is the word delight that he uses is the word gamans, which means joy. And he says, will she grant me joy? And again, I think it's, splitting hairs, if you will. But yeah, he does. That's the ultimate macro that you're speaking of, is this is about the plow and the earth. This is about the ray of light and the thawing of the icy ground. This is the part
Swan knows
where
how it works. We've got 3 kids.
I got 3 points to prove it. Oh no. The idea of this again is emphasized as Gerther now becomes an Austvenir. The word Austvenir means a beloved one. We have a list in the Gylfaginning clearly of the Ausenur, and these are the goddesses that are prayed to or seen as with equal power, in the sense that they hold a great amount of influence within the folk and within society. But there are other goddesses or Ausenur, I guess, or they're kind of in a gray zone, and it's not often spoken about. Some of them are very familiar. If we were to speak of, say, Idun or Iduna, that would come to most people's minds. Or Sif, that would also. But she is never listed in the Ausenur list. So with the hierarchy kind of nomenclature that we use, the most respectful, because again, I don't like using the word like troll wife or giant wife or Jotun bride, because it just kind of alludes to this false narrative of like they're separated by something like a race as a race. The Austvenir
it makes them ugly or hideous or monstrous. And there are trolls and Jotnar that are spoken about in the lore that have all these different heads and eyes and are gross and are obviously disgusting. But there are other, giants and giantesses that are beautiful. And it's not again, this is all self-contained amongst our race and our racial gods and our racial mythos. Our gods we don't have lore of our gods interacting with Asian gods or African gods or other. This is self-contained in our soul complex, and our cosmology that relates to us specifically and our gods. We don't have reason to believe that the Jotnar are relevant to other races of people. They're relevant to us and our existence. So these aren't like different races of gods. That is a modern woke nonsense that folks try to push. And one thing that's really important in our mythos is beauty and the devolving of beauty into something gross and ugly when it's bad. Good and virtuous things poetically are described beautifully, because and this is, I hope I explain this in a way that makes sense. We talk about our woed self, or I guess our owned self in a way. Our higher self, the true vision of who we are, expresses our Haminya, our spiritual might, the entirety of our person, and is not an image of any infirmity we might have, or the withering of age. So nobility and strength of character and worth are seen by our gods and by our woad self as beautiful. But even if there's a 10, but they're terrible and they're horrible people and they have no value and they have no soul and they're out there committing vile deeds, they may be super hot by whatever our lower vision is. By an evolved spiritual vision, their woad self is ugly. It's hideous. And so when we read our lore, beauty equates to a spiritual value, whereas ugliness equates to a poverty of spiritual values, if that makes sense. So some of these Jotunesses are beautiful and amazing and are welcomed by our gods as brides, whereas others that are malevolent and evil intended and chaotic and bad are described as, these hideous, hags that do, that are the stuff of nightmares. And that differentiation kind of helps you plot where, because as I said earlier, the term Jotnar applies to a wide spectrum of creatures. So that gives you the idea of what's bad versus what's not so bad. I don't think that was nearly as clear as I wanted it to be, but I hope it helps move in the right direction. I cannot hear you, Svan.
Oh, sorry, I muted it so that I didn't pop a can while you were talking. A lot of the addition or understanding of the Austvinir, the beloved ones. Looking at the Gylfaginning and seeing the Austinir list, seeing Frigga and Freya and the maidens of Fensaler, and then the divine feminine beings that are outside of that are generally listed as the Austvinir. We don't really go into, say, perhaps where they might come from. There's still mystery on that, lore-based wise, but the general idea for the folks listening is that an Austvinir is brought into the fold because they align themselves with the gods. They align themselves with order, and they are not the Vanir. They are, some people project perhaps mostly Jotun, but also Alvar, especially with like Lady Ethan. But the idea is that they become beloved ones because they join with, align, and contribute to the overall, the siding with order as opposed to the dissipation. And that's where we find like Gríðr, the mother of Vidar, and we find Rindr, the mother of Auli, and Idun, and so on. So those nomenclatures are a little bit different than I think any of the lore that some people have been pushing out elsewhere about the religion.
Svan, you are the only person that I hear talking about Thor's whooping stick he had before the before Mjolnir.
Yeah, Gríðr, the stick of aggression.
The iron rod of aggression.
Yes, given to him by Gríðr before she had become the mother of Vidar. She gave Thor the staff in order to rise up the ground above him so that he could shield himself from the onslaught of Thyrses and Jotuns. So she helped him, and thus started the relationship of aligning with the gods. And of course, she's kind of always seen as the dominion of earthquakes and tectonicness. And I know that a lot of people will say, well, like, no, the whole thing with Loki and the kettle groves, and that's what makes all the earthquakes and what have you. I think that Gríðr is seen as the kind of the sister of Jarðr. Jarðr is the giving earth. Gríðr is the venomous, the one with the geysers and sulfuric acid and the crushing of the earthquakes and flames and lava, if you will. So that's interesting too, especially in relation to like thunderstorms and eruptions. But that's a whole nother thing. We get a brief.
Right, take us home. We're almost there.
So then Skirnir rides home. Frey stood without and spoke to him and asked for tidings. 41. Tell me, Skirnir, ere thou take off the saddle or farest forth a step. So tell me before you even get out of the saddle or before you even place a foot on the ground, what hast thou done in the giant's dwelling to make glad thee or me? So what have you done in that place, the Jotun's hall, that would make you and me finally happy? And Skirnir speaks. He says, body there is, body, Barri, there is, which we both know well, a forest fair and still. And it's worth noting that the word that they use in the Old Norse is, he says body heiter, but the word lunder means a copse of trees, kind of a gathering of trees, perhaps in a place surrounded by, not forest, like flatlands. And I often wonder now, looking at this, because I didn't think about it until tonight, is like, what if it is a copse of trees in the center of a barley field? But I don't know. I'm grasping on that one, but or just kind of imagining.
Side note, because I'm putting it out there, I looked it up just to check myself. I hesitated earlier. He who hesitates is lost. I'll take that. Hello, Jeg heter Freyr is hello, my name is Freyr in Old Norse. I checked it just to make sure that's legit. It's progress. I should have just said it when I thought it, but I didn't.
Yeah.
And that's on me.
Jeg is I, Heiti is your title. And it's the same as when we speak of Lord Odin's Heitis. It's his, my title is.
The trick with Old Norse and other languages that I run into is the declinations. I can get the basic root words put together, but the idea of how they work in conjunction due to tense and what they apply to, that's something I'm working on. I say this as a slight plug to, hey, if you guys are interested, memorize. There is a user-created course on Old Norse, which is really cool. I'm enjoying it a lot so far. And I'm also taking Icelandic because the two work in conjunction with one another. It is believed that modern Icelanders could speak with, Vikings. They would sound old-timey, but you would understand. It's like Charles Dickens, could talk to you and you'd understand what he was saying. It would just sound antiquated. So yeah, I would invite you guys to get on that, be part of the struggle. Right now, it is me and this dude, Alex Payne, duking it out for the top spot on the week's leaderboard on Old Norse. So yeah, come throw your hat in the ring.
Yeah, I need the name of that exact course because I looked for you on there and I couldn't figure out how to
You're the one who sent me the link to the course. You are the genesis of this. I apologize for the biblical reference. It's just what we got. You were the bow of this course.
Well, and I wonder, because I have a large list of courses, and I might have went and start with this one.
But, you popped on there for a day. I saw you on there for a second.
Oh, okay. So I'm on the right one then. All right, I'm coming. I'm gonna get there.
All right, somebody got to let Alex know.
So then, at the last stanza 43, there is this kind of, I really, really like this stanza because it basically just says, how can we meet in 9 nights when one night is torture, when one night is it's so kind of like ending on the overly emotional note. And I just feel that the poem really takes that turn and expresses it well, because Frey says in 43, long is one night and longer are two. How then I shall even bear 3? Often to me has a month seemed less than how half a night of desire. So he leads with kind of like a looking off and going like, how am I going to even make it, to this time when he's been so love struck. And it's also worth noting that, and they don't speak about it in the poem, is that the Holy Frey sits on Hlidskjalf, the battle shelf of Lord Odin, where no one's supposed to sit. And what he attains from that is, again, he becomes inflicted by his awareness of all things, and in particular when he sees Gerther. So it's just kind of an interesting thing. And it kind of alludes to perhaps the equating amongst our ancestors, where the Holy Frey was certainly a part of the tripartite and was utilized quite often. I think that when people talk about, oh, there's a cult of Lord Odin and Tyr and how they kind of usurped each other, but I think there's more of a case to say that the stance of worship towards Lord Tyr in our folk was supplanted by the worship of the Holy Frey. And especially with that, like you had mentioned, with the Swedes and a lot of the Baltic faith there. But I digress. He says he can't bear it, and that's how he ends it. And there's no more to be spoken of, except for alluding later on that he loses his sword because of all of this. Most likely, again, a bride price.
So it's, again, and I've heard the degenerate team try to make this into something it's not, but we see it differently in different cultural expressions over time. And I see this, and I'll answer, we'll answer our questions tonight out of order. So producer Nick threw in, is this the real way to woo and win a woman? Yeah, kind of. So it depends on the circumstance, but showing yourself to be potent and capable and demonstrating your worth, and to a degree, the lengths you are willing to go to win her love, is threats of violence, or, may every dude you get with be hideous, and may you, have longing and, all these, maybe not in our cultural expression, but the idea of proving yourself is timeless and is valuable, and it takes a different shape in different times and different cultural situations. But you see this a lot, and there's a fundamental truth there on proving that you're willing to fight for her. And that's a common term, and it means different things. Sometimes, and it seems concerning to us in our current context, the idea of raiding and taking women off as captives. But your desire to put your life on the line to win the prize of this woman means something. Yeah, obviously in 2024, that means something really different. But your ability to commit and put the things that you value in the balance in order to make the union, that matters. It's a demonstration of commitment. And that's one of the big truths that I think this really does display. To sacrifice those things, to be willing to give up your magical sword that fights on its own and all of these things, that shows that you are committed. It's not frivolous. It's not on a whim. you are committed to this pursuit. The commitment matters. So often, what we see in modern situations amongst both men and women, but particularly amongst men, is a lack of wanting to commit to something and to really put themselves at risk and open themselves to incur a cost to pursue something that they value. Why buy the cow when you get the milk for free is the old adage, and there's some value to that. So, I mean, sending your manservant to threaten people with curses and terrible things and with magic spells is probably not gonna get you the ladies. I think that showing that you are completely committed to this cause and you'll do whatever it takes to win the heart of the woman that you seek, I think that matters a lot. And I think those things are kind of antiquated, but sometimes if you do them with confidence and you pursue them, I think that has a value and a pull that otherwise it might not. And again, I'm a dude sitting here talking to you. Maybe you want to ask some ladies that question, and they might put it in different terms that are more useful. It's hard to equate, but so when I met Mandy, I was, I lived halfway around the world might be an overstatement. I lived in Alaska and she lived in Florida. And in order to make that work and to win her, I was like, you know what? Cool. I'm packing up. I'm divesting of everything I own up here in Alaska. I'm packing up my life and I'm going to move across the country. We're going to see what happens. And I left everything I knew and I moved to a humid, festering swamp that is Florida. And I took that leap to do it. And, we're about to celebrate our 7th anniversary, and we have a beautiful daughter and an amazing life together. And showing your ability to really go all in on something that you care about, I do think that matters. If that addresses your question, I hope it does. So we got a few other questions tonight. We've answered some of them. We don't have an abundance. And honestly, it's getting late, so that's probably good. See where we're at. Wow, an entire poem finished in one episode. We can do it. It happens every now and again.
Yeah.
It's no guarantee. Past performance is not a guarantee of future things. But
well, we did it with Skírnismál.
So keep this in mind. Not only did we do it in one episode, but I blabbed on for a long time about a lot of different things. So we were able to do it with a lot of time to spare. Jokingly, yeah, we just go where the conversation takes us, and it does, and it's fun. Very importantly and spiritually, these things spark points of connectivity that, as priests of the Aesir, Svan and I notice that we really want to impart to you guys. So inside baseball on some of this, you may have noticed there is not a library of books written by myself. I can't do that. I can do this, though. What I can do is when conversationally talk a lot about this that I've devoted my life to. And I believe in exchange for that devotion that I've been blessed greatly by the Aesir. And I've been given a lot of gifts in my life. And some of that is insight into these things. And so when the opportunity presents itself with a point or a way that something's phrased or a question, this is my chance to get that out there and to share that with the folk in the way that I feel best suited to and I feel like I know how to do. And so some of that, sometimes I'll go on for forever. Sometimes Svan will, and I'll take a break and go put my daughter to bed and do other things and come back and he's still going and didn't miss a beat. That's happened. I promise you. I have paused and muted. I've gone, used the restroom, put my daughter to bed, gone, got something to eat, come back, didn't miss a beat because he's on. And I love that. You'll hear a few episodes ago with me and Svan, I hardly said anything. I was sitting listening to Svan in his glory just do his thing. And a lot of us do that. You may not know, but on our Gothar calls, we do that a lot. Because it's really special to just, I think the kids use the term sit under his learning tree sometimes. And so when something strikes us, either of us kind of go off on these things. And I hope you guys find them at least entertaining and at best useful in some way. But we sure enjoy doing them, and I appreciate you guys as an audience. So looking over on the side, trying to see where we're at on a couple of questions here. Are you all right, Matt? Now, this was asked way back when I showed up 20 minutes late to my own show. I am, and I apologize for my tardiness. Like I said, so I work from home doing AFA things, and my wife gets off at 3, which is about 3 hours before this broadcast comes on. Takes her about a half hour-ish to get 20 minutes, half hour to get home. And then we got to sort out my daughter's nonsense because she runs in the room and she needs 100% attention of her mom when her mom gets home. So whenever we get that sorted, then I try to run to the gym. At the gym, usually I can get it done and I can just beat rush hour to get home and get on here on time. But what happened today was some complications came up in Jordshof district, as happens. There was recently some tornadoes through there, and so I was kind of helping some people arrange some logistics, which pushed a couple of things back. I got about 3 exercises I'm going to do tomorrow to make up for what I didn't do today, but it meant by the time I got back on the road, I hit the traffic. The other thing that happened besides the traffic was some kind of horrendous accident on I-80 that meant everybody else was going on the back roads that I usually get me home quickest. So a couple of things conspired to thwart me being here on time. Luckily, we had Witan Svan here taking over and doing an amazing job of it. But yes, I'm all right. You know what? I'm doing extra all right. Again, from the good people at Costco and the people that claim they are the copper can but make their can out of aluminum and not copper. They could color it orange to pretend, but they didn't. Anyways, delicious Moscow mules. Don't support the communism, but do support the Moscow mule. That said, no, honestly, they really are good. I was kind of surprised by that. Something else. This seems like a random side note, but I think it's worth mentioning because it's good, and I encourage you guys to get it. Also at Costco, they've got Real Good brand chicken strips. They taste awesome. If you cook them in the air fryer, they're just like chicken strips. They're amazing, but the macros are super good and super friendly to anything healthy you're trying to do. And if you get that with some ebon-hued gentleman named Hughes makes sugar-free sauces, but his ketchup, his barbecue sauce, or I would recommend his honey mustard That and those real good chicken strips, you can eat something extremely delicious that really does fit your macros and is super healthy. Honestly, it's the best of both worlds. It's if you're a person who likes to eat and doesn't want to deprive yourself and be super strict, that's become Mandy and Mai's go-to in a lot of stuff. And it's really good. This is completely random to throw in on this episode, but trust me, give it a try. You will thank me, I promise.
Tons of Costco plugs tonight.
You know, they provide me with fine products. Also, their pizza. Their pizza is like $10. You can get an extra large pepperoni pizza. Does not fit any of the macros I just talked about. Completely going off the reservation. It's a huge pizza. It's delicious for $10, though. So I digress, as you might have noticed. Something that I've been thinking about, this is from the Wolf Throne. If Ragnarok has already happened, is happening, and will happen, then does Ragnarok even have any significance? Svan, what say you?
Yes, I think that when you're looking at that as, basically what your question's kind of coming off as is, if mythic time cannot be confined or constrained, or does it lose its relative sense? Like, again, it's the concept of a friend for everyone is a friend to no one. So if it's in all times, then does it have any significance? I think that yes, it does, because anybody who hasn't experienced it or hasn't experienced the great kind of breaking apart of things, it's important and will be vitally important to everyone who experiences it. But the idea again is those who will experience, those who have experienced, its value is eternal. It's a perennial truth. That's what makes it eternal, or makes it, again, has happened, is happening, and will happen, is the perennial truth. But the experience of it is what will make it absolutely and vitally important. It's just, again, if you prepare for something in the future by seeing its worth now and seeing the worth of that which was experienced before, you become part of and interconnected into the entirety of that cycle, if you will.
So does it matter? Does it even matter? Yes, absolutely it does. How it matters is a little bit trickier to define. So some things are a matter of perspective. Does it matter to you and again, I could look it up or whatever. I don't know how old you are. But as a normal young adult person in Midgard, does the big cosmic Ragnarok matter to you? Maybe not. Once you transcend beyond the veil, does it matter? Absolutely. If you ascend to the halls of the gods, does it matter? Definitely. In fact, that's spoken about in our lore. What I think does matter in a lot of ways is the idea of as above, so below. There are perennial truths to these cycles that we experience in different forms, in different ways in our lives. I think, and this seems hippy dippy and nonsense and whatever, but to relate something large to something small doesn't necessarily trivialize it. To relate a small experience that we experience as humans to something grand isn't necessarily inappropriate, as long as our mind is in the right place and piety is in our heart. And this may not seem connected, but it really is, and I hope this makes sense to folks listening. when I talk to our Gothar, and those who may be listening, the Gothar are our priests. I think externally, and when people get involved, and this is changing, but when I got involved, certainly, people thought it was about, basically being a master of ceremonies for big religious events. I mean, I'd say it's 4/5, if not more, counseling and dealing with people on personal spiritual needs, much more than it is leading bloats. And I mean, I love to lead a bloat. I love to stand before our gods and help connect our folk to our gods. I try really hard at that. There's many times I felt very successful at it. I hope I do well at it. Much more of my time as a priest has been spent counseling and helping people in their lives. So I say that to say this. You've got to reset your expectations depending on who you speak to. If you speak to a veteran who has witnessed people that were their brothers that meant the world to them die in horrific ways on foreign soil, and you might have had to do tremendously awful things depending on the circumstance to make it through and to keep you and your guys, victorious and healthy. What you consider a really bad day is going to look really, really different than when you deal with a kid that hasn't experienced any of that. I mean, shoot, maybe there are a young kid in college, same age. You got a veteran over here that's watched, 10 of his squatties die of whatever on foreign soil, with whatever survivor guilt they might have, whatever they're dealing with. And then you've got this kid over here that hasn't seen anything but his dog died. Even if that's the context, maybe that's the worst day he has ever had. So it is as significant to him as this greater tragedy is to another man with another life and another experience. Everyone's got a different point of where that is. If we're respectful and self-aware, and when the two meet on the street, dude whose dog dies realized his is nowhere near this other man he's talking to. But the veteran realizes his is nowhere near the Allfathers at the death of his son and the imposition of Ragnarok. All of those things are important. All of those things are a tragedy in their own right, in their own context. If you're self-aware and you understand that, then they have value in each of those circumstances. There are little Ragnaroks all the time. There are historic Ragnaroks all the time. There are bigger cultural Ragnaroks throughout history. Then there is the epic Ragnarok of divinity. Their existence does not negate or lessen any of the other, but it does teach us a lesson of cyclical rebirth and cataclysm and building up strength for those situations. And the existence of one or another at different time and different place doesn't negate any of the others. They can all exist in our multiverse simultaneously or at dissimilar times and still each be relevant and valuable. And if that sounds like a bunch of nonsense, I get it and I don't fault you. I hope it makes some kind of sense. If it doesn't make sense, that's my fault and not the Aesir's. But I hope that it does make a little bit of sense here and there. Swan, you may have something to add on this that helps clarify it.
Yeah, I think that understanding the Ragnarok in a chronological sense would be, yes, that we are coming to an unending, but that unending is the perennial truth that we can experience many times or over. It is, again, not confined by time. So that's why it's in the present, it's in the past, because it is that internal, and that happens throughout all of it. A foreigner, a foreign element, an outsider turning a blind brother's hand against his other brother. That's a perennial truth of that story. There is many, again, about the sacrifices that you have to make in order to gain, knowledge, the cunning you might have to use. All of these truths are kind of outside of the chronological view of the mythos. And I think that's what is ultimately being missed. That's what we're referring to when it's in the future, it's in the present, it's in the past. That makes that eternal sense. And again, if you're looking at it like, well, I need to know like the timing of when these things, and I was speaking of it too, is this before Baldur's death? Is this after Baldur's death? We're speaking about that in the chronological sense to make sense of the mythos, to kind of delve into where this might be perceived, but that's where it stays. Outside of that, the time is.
And I don't think it's inappropriate to view it as a motif to put other things in context of. Svan and I were both recently working on a document to where we were likening, or I was likening, I don't want to put it, the breaking of our ancestors' troth with the Aesir and the imposition of Christianity to that Ragnarok and the reforging of Asatru in last century as the rebirth, and as when the waters receded and the sons and daughters of the gods took their holy seats, and Leif and Leifthrisir emerged from Yggdrasil onto the earth reborn and picked up the pieces of the chess table of the gods was restored. I think seeing it in those terms is healthy, and it may not be the Ragnarok, but perhaps it is a Ragnarok. And I think there's truth to be found there. Next question, also from Wolf Throne. And Wolf Throne, you ask really good questions. You are on here every week, and you ask a lot of questions, and they have value, and I appreciate that. And I want you to know we appreciate you being a fan, or at the very least a loyal participant in the program, and you've added a lot to it. Your questions have spawned, at this point, hours and hours of content that have benefited hundreds of people easily. Is Norse shamanism legit? And what does it have to do with Asatru? What Norse shamanism are you talking about? And that is as with so many of our answers, they are less satisfying than they could be, because to borrow from the Christian lexicon, the devil is in the details. Sure, absolutely. In a way, Odin winning the runes is Norse shamanism. There is shamanic practice of people within Asatru going on spiritual journeys beyond the veil and bringing back insight into the world. That's absolutely legit. It happens. It's a thing. Lots and lots of people that pretend they are shamans are not and are lunatics. Lots and lots of people that want to sell themselves to you as shaman don't want to go through the process of becoming a Gothi or being trained in a legitimate way, but claim that as a shortcut and spew nonsense at you. So the trick is being able to figure out who to trust and who not to trust. Is it a thing? Absolutely, it's a thing. It is a human truth that there are people that are able to transcend beyond the veil, have insight into other forms of existence, and bring that insight back and inform the people that they trust with the knowledge that they've gained. There are also a whole lot of people that just make stuff up and are lunatics that say that. The discernment is the trick. Svan, what say you?
I would say there's two camps. There's the camp of shamanism as a whole, whether it's from South America, Africa, Asia, doesn't really matter where. They kind of apply these thoughts and these things towards what they would they throw a Norse veneer, a Viking veneer. They can slap a coat of paint to make it look in such a way. But when we look at that, you have to be weary of. But when you look at other groups that say perhaps look at the Salmi people and the Siberians and also the lore. I mean, there is a sense of lore in like Eric's saga where we see a Seithkona go through a process in order to, receive an understanding of what's happening. That's how we can tell there is some connectivity there. We can see the processes. But again, if you look deep enough, it starts to get pretty wild and very, very unique to the Salmi or unique to the Siberians. And we have lost a great amount. So we're only working with what I would call like the foundational concepts of it. And that we could perhaps reinvigorate with these foundational concepts and elevate a new connection to the gods in this way. But, I think some folks have gotten it. And again, you got to be careful because some folks they claim it and they are out of their minds. So again, you have to be careful, but the legitimacy of it is that the processes that we see, the reason why say there as a practice, especially in context of Eric's saga and what we're seeing there is absolutely mirroring traditions elsewhere. And this is spoken of in an island in the middle of the Atlantic. So we have this kind of ability to see these connections. I would say, and we've spoken about this too, Alciragothi and me, if you have a blueprint of a chair and you have missing pieces, you can look at other blueprints to overlay them to fill in some of the gaps. But it takes work, it takes time, and ultimately it takes results.
Here's the thing, though. It takes honesty. Truth is one of our noble virtues. I get that in order to get extremists to buy into things, sometimes it is useful to paint something with a Viking coat of paint. I will admit I've used the expression to my own ends because it's valuable. But what I haven't ever done and I won't do is lie to you guys about anything. So the challenge is to take things that we know are true and to put them into a context that is relevant to us. So to ask some of these questions, there are a couple of questions. Is it a valid way to interact with beings beyond the veil? Is one question. Is it something that our ancestral practitioners of Asatru did, and are we doing it the same way? Is a very different question. That's not, either of those things aren't wrong if you answer them honestly. Do we know? So when we think of shamans, we very often think of Native American shamans or Siberian and Sami shamans. Is that what our ancestors did? No, not with the same bells and whistles. We see Odin's winning of the runes as an example of shamanism. In a way, we see Sather as a shamanic practice. In some ways, mound sitting is a shamanic practice. The use of hallucinogenics, as is proposed to like the Berserker Ganger, is borders on a shamanic practice. So there were ways that our ancestors did it. Do we know how to do it the exact same way? Absolutely not. Do well-meaning people who want to try to experiment with that take cues from other cultures, ways of doing this thing that seems to work across humanity? Yes. And there's nothing wrong with that, if you're honest. We do that a lot. So I run into this. This might seem a strange tangent too, but I think it's valuable. So at Thorshoff, we have these jiu-jitsu moots where folk builder Bobby Shotwell gets together and tries to teach people. You know, it's a very Japanese martial art. I do Danzanryu jiu-jitsu myself. Super excited about it. Love it. Trying to get my black belt at it. Working on it. I got the brown with no stripes. So my next step is black belt if I can earn it and make it worthy. So I'm trying to. Is it a Norse fighting style? Absolutely not. And I'm honest about that. I'm not pretending it is. We don't have something equivalent, and getting your butt kicked is not an option. So figuring out effective ways to do things is valuable. Interacting beyond the veil by ordeal or putting yourself in a near-death situation, that's real. It works. It does things. Re-engineering a way that is authentic to our folk soul and the best way for us to do it, absolutely valuable attempt. To do that, is it okay to learn from what other people have used? Certainly it is. Just be honest. Don't claim that some witch in a cave in Norway told you how to do it. Just be honest. Just be honest. And I think that's really important, is that authenticity. So we know that's a thing. And one of the things, everything else aside, if we start fresh, because one of my core beliefs that I believe, if we had amnesia and we woke up on a different planet, wherever, we could recreate Asatru. Our stories would be different. We would be at a horrible disadvantage. But our connection with our gods exists through our very being, through our blood and our bones. We would be able to reestablish that, and it would probably look really different in some ways, and probably surprisingly similar in a lot of ways. And I mean that, and I believe it. So starting fresh, if we knew nothing else happened, near-death experiences happen and are real. when people, not through shamanic practice, but through accident or infirmity or calamity, literally die and are brought back, they bring with them sometimes knowledge of things beyond the veil. That knowledge is valuable and useful to us. There are other ways to penetrate it, but that is real. How do we access it? How do we learn from it? That's a question. We're still working on the best way to develop it, but it's absolutely a legitimate thing. Finding the best tools for it isn't. And it leads to the next question, which I think is interesting. Is necromancy possible in Asatru? What does that mean to you? If getting wisdom from the dead through mound sitting or interacting with haints or whatever you're doing, yes, I think that's a thing. Is reanimating your skeleton zombie army to do what you want to do a thing? So, out of piety, I am not going to tell you that that is not possible in Asatru. I'm going to tell you it is exponentially unlikely. And if you are a mighty enough Vitki that you can make this occur, please let me know at your earliest convenience. I have lots of questions, and I treat it silly, but I don't mean to. The point is important. Do I think that's a thing? No. But intellectually, I do not want to put limits on the metaphysical possibilities of our religion and our faith. If our lore talks about Odin singing songs to the hangman to get him to rise and speak to him, I accept that as truth, as a possibility. Do I think I can go out and do that? No. But maybe one day, if I was good enough, perhaps. And that little sliver of keeping my mind and my heart open to it, I think that's important. Even if it's just an intellectual exercise, as an offering and as an expression of piety, I hold open the possibility, if that makes sense. So, Svan, what say you? Necromancy, is it a possible thing in Asatru?
I kind of went in a different rate. I think that if you're talking about communing with the dead, the only communing with the dead that's present within Asatru, the faith, is ancestral worship. And that communication might bring forth different ways in which they're attained. Some people believe that they hold conversation or give worth to their ancestors and then receive message through dreams or what have you. Of course, anybody from the Semitic faiths would say that anything outside of supplication and maintaining the covenant with their Yahweh, that's evil. That's not the dead. Those are demons or what have you. But in Asatru itself, I would say that it only exists within the form of ancestor worship. But what Asatru said was as a practitioner of perhaps, esoteric knowledges that are beyond just the establishment of faith and piety in relationship to the gods and to your ancestors. That's where I kind of agree again with Asatru. I'm open to the possibility, but I don't see the likeliness of it.
And this is as a point of connectivity across bounds of just people of faith versus atheists. Jesus says if you have the faith the size of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. As a person of faith, I don't preclude the miraculous. To shut our minds and our hearts to the miraculous cuts us off from something really beautiful. As an academic thing to conceive of it in one way. Maybe if I'm spiritual enough, I can go to the graveyard and raise up some zombies. That sounds silly and ludicrous on the face of it, obviously. But holding, putting a stop in the door and not closing the door on it keeps my mind open to a lot of other possibilities. And that's what's really important. Do I think it will display in, my zombie army? Probably not. Woe to some of you if I get my zombie army. But assuming that I don't, a lot of other things. One of the biggest things, sometimes thoughts occur to me in ways that may not translate to the broadcast. And I apologize if that's the case, but I hope it makes sense. There is kind of a broad meme or understanding out there that like animals and children, maybe even people with disabilities like blind people or deaf people, people with different sensory issues are open to stuff that the rest of us aren't. People with second sight that see ghosts and other things will note that children see things that the rest of us don't sometimes, and that animals react to things that sometimes the rest of us don't. They perceive the world in a different way, and they have not intellectually excluded possibilities that most of us as grown adults in the Western world have written off. And we've specialized our perception in a very specific set of ways. This sounds way more lunatic fringe than I want it to. But I do think there is truth in here, and it is my job as the Alsherigothi to speak truth. When you leave the door open and you don't shut off possibilities, you're capable of conceiving of the world in a way that allows for input beyond what most people may accept. And I think there's a value to that. Never indiscriminately, but just holding up the, keeping the door cracked to where, yeah, but maybe if you were, because here's the thing, you draw it back. Well, maybe if you were that spiritual and that awesome and that amazing, maybe you could raise your skeleton zombie army. Well, that's silly. But is it silly that you could sit on the mound and maybe commune with an ancestor? It's less silly. Is it silly that maybe in your dreams, one of your forefathers could speak to you and give you insight into something important? Well, hey, that's less silly. I think maybe that's a thing. Maybe if you're in a graveyard and you experience something odd, well, maybe that's one of the dead reaching beyond the veil and interacting with you in a way. Hey, maybe that could happen. All right. The more you dial it back, the more real it gets. But it all comes from leaving that door open and not just dismissing it out of hand. And I think there's a value to that. I am not a necromancer. I promise you that my grandmother died in 2001 and that I gave her a hug in 2016. I promise you that happened with everything I know to be real. It's not the same, but it results from having that little bit of opening to where things are possible. This one's for you, Svan. You may have answered this before, but do you know where but I don't know where / when. Do you have an idea of who Foal is in the Merseburg charm?
Ooh. Is that spelled Phol? That's
It is.
Yeah,
in
okay.
the German, I may be pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah, so that's an interesting subject. That's an interesting question. I will say on the right out of the gate, the wondering about whether that is the Holy Frey or Tyr has been brought up as a divine being. I would lend that etymologically it might be more lending towards the Holy Frey as like the fruitful one, the full one. But there's been talk about how the H was added and that it might have been pole as well. And that I think is where the Tyr argument comes, since Lord Tyr is associated with the pole star. I don't know. And then there's another theory that people say, no, it's another name for Balder, or it's a name for the horse. But that doesn't, I don't really abide by that one. I don't think it makes much sense. And especially since they refer to Lord Balder later on in the charm. So I don't know. Again, this applies to with I believe it's Singut or Sinjgut or Singgut, is mentioned as being the sister of Suna, and she is also in there. And there's not an understanding as to who she may be, or that if these are continental titles that we are only familiar with in the Nordic sense. So if Fol could be the fruitful one like Frothy, we've seen that happen with the Holy Frey, that there's other titles used to describe him as, the fruitful one, the giving one, and Frothy is one of them that really kind of stands out. I would think that would have the most likeliness, but no one's 100% sure.
Yeah, I got nothing on this. Honestly, Merseburg charms are not my strong suit. I think that is at a late period and not very well understood as it is. I appreciate Ryan O'Ryan reiterating, woe to my foes if I am able to raise my zombie army. Heed the reed. It's the thing. Beware. I'm working on it. So the next one, Michael from Jordshof. What is the AFA stance on young men being bloodied in battle? In today's world, that meaning fisticuffs, but some form of battle for honor. Svan, what are your thoughts?
That's an interesting way of posing the question. What is the stance? I mean, I think that every young man, and I don't know, I'm not speaking as the stance of the church. I think it's just that it's important that men, when they're
Why
younger.
not? What good are you then?
Well, because again, is there an official stance to be taken? I mean, if I'm speaking about the good things that I think men need to have versus like a religious tenet, there I don't think there
Sure.
is a
You got one of these rings? That means you speak for the AFA.
fair,
Speak for
fair,
us.
fair. I think. I mean, I would say that I think that there isn't necessarily a church stance, but
Mhm.
speaking from and with my experience and giving that as uh, speaking of authority from the church, I would say that it's important that men, especially when they are young, they rough play, they rough house, they get into skirmishes, they get into fights, they mitigate their emotions, they work through things. But as they grow older, that also needs to happen. And more often than not, nowadays, you might find it, but it can be very detrimental, um, in schools. And so, finding a controlled way of getting bloodied and being tested is very, very important. Um, One of the proudest moments of me being a father was my son experiencing in ground fighting. He was experiencing the first time he felt powerless, and he didn't know how to handle that, and he he was he was crying. He didn't know what to do, and then later on, he ended up facing that same person, going through that, figuring his way out. He overcame that challenge and didn't um, he gained access through his paralysis, um, and he needed that. I think we all kind of need that. A lot of people do talk about being able to throw a punch, but very few people understand what it's like to take a punch. So getting that experience and being bloodied, testing yourself, I think it's important. It's just a matter of in which way we do it nowadays, but I definitely think it's necessary.
So AFA stance on it, we don't really have a culture that has the same mythos as reinforcing it. Like every year we have a rating season we can send young men on, and that be their initiation into manhood, is that first conflict. But it's really important, and I think first, I don't think every man knows that. If you have never been in a fight and you are a grown man, you feel somewhere like you wish you did, you wish you could, and there's a part of you that doesn't know how you measure up. Every one of us can trace, who has been in a fight, can trace back that first moment or that first really feeling of that. Some of us with something silly and inconsequential, some of us with on battlefields where life and death is involved and in a really different way. But that's absolutely a thing that is inherent to masculinity. And I would encourage every young man to get that figured out. Now, there are ways to do that. I'm not just saying go out and like find somebody and pick a fight with them. I think encouraging folks to get involved in combat sports and ways to where you can do that in an environment where you're least likely to get permanently damaged or to permanently damage someone else, that's valuable. I'll tell you this. And I've said this a million times on here, but I'll say it a million more if need be. It was important to me. I was a nerd in high school. I never did anything. I wasn't part of sport. I wasn't in any fights. Can't get any fights if you're just hanging out in mom's basement or with your like lame ass friends in their basement. It's not really a thing. But I reached a point in my life after I graduated where I decided, kind of who I wanted to be versus who I was. I started working out. I took a fight on a dare at Thursday night at the fights, local kind of tough man boxing thing. And then I also, because I wanted to test my mettle and see who I was, I picked the roughest bar in town and decided to bounce there because I knew I was going to get into some stuff. You guys have heard a lot of my bouncing stories. You will hear more. Taught me so much about who I was, about other people, about conflict resolution, about how to work within a team, because we had 13 guys that were bouncing. Sometimes there were guys watching my back. Sometimes it was my job to watch theirs. It was in a spot where we were wearing Kevlar and there was gunplay in the parking lot and knives and bottles and craziness and fighting Samoans and all variety of earth fauna, and learned a lot of things. Tell you this, I learned a lot more from the times I came up short than from the times I was on top. The first foray into it was Thursday night at the fight. So I was one of those guys that I would sit and I'd watch like UFC, or at the time like Pride, and I'd watch stuff, and I always had big opinions about when somebody should tap out and what's going on. That guy, he's weak. He should stand up. And he should. I had all kind of opinions. All the opinions you could ever ask for, but they were based on nothing. So one morning, I can still remember exactly where I was. One morning, and it was like 5:30 or 6. And I was sound asleep. I got a call from my buddy, and he was the producer of the local Anchorage at the time, like local morning show that was a big deal, Bob and Mark show. A shout out to Bob Lester and Mark Calavecchio. You guys are cool guys. Miss you guys. Hope you guys are doing good. Haven't talked to those guys in a really long time. But anyways, they were the show in the Anchorage market. And he was producing, and I woke me up out of a dead sleep. But all of a sudden, I'm like groggy, and I'm on the radio in front of all of my hometown. And Matt, we challenge you to Thursday night fights. Will you box at Thursday night fights? So this was, I think, Tuesday of the same week of Thursday night at the fights. It's like Tuesday. Call me up. Never boxed. I've never been to fight. I don't know what I'm doing. I got no training on anything. But hey, we challenge you. Are you going to live up to the challenge? And because he was my friend, he was pushing me hard on it. And I think I probably spoke some expletives that I ought not on the radio. I think they had a dump button, so I think it was all right. And I was like, a variety of things I shouldn't say. I'll fight you Thursday night fights. I'm there. Blah. Hung up the phone. So I committed to this thing. All right, cool. So then I show up the next day at these weigh-ins at this local Mexican restaurant. I show up these weigh-ins. Cool. They have this other, nobody who's never been in a fight dude that they got. He's going to be my opponent. It's all good. We match up okay on paper. Cool. Hey, you and me, buddy. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. You and me, let's go. But no, being a humorous morning show, they decided to switch it up on me, do a little switcheroo. So I show up. This guy's sick. But wait, there's a substitution. They get this like half black, half Samoan, tatted up from head to toe. Looks like he's been fighting his entire life. Dude that outweighed me by 100 pounds. Chip Green. So he's my opponent. Man. So it was 3 1-minute rounds. Sounds like nothing. I'm not awesome. I'm not telling you that I am. It's 3 1-minute rounds. Never in my life did I think 3 1-minute rounds could be so exhausting. Halfway through round 1, I could not keep my hands up to protect my face. Like I couldn't lift my arms. I was so concerned with trying to protect my face. I would have promised you, I would have sworn on anything this guy did not touch my body. Because I was so concerned about this huge guy hitting me in the face. Next day, my ribs were black up and down each side. Black. Up to that point, I had never bruised black. I had been blue. My fatty pieces may have been green and yellow. Never seen black until that day. But like I said, couldn't keep those hands up that long. This giant man hit me in the face so many times. I'd never been hit in the face before. There is nobody out there who would hit me in the face harder. Now we had, I don't remember, but they were, whatever, probably 14-ounce, 16-ounce gloves or whatever. But this huge Samoan dude punched me in the face, and I'd never been in a fight, and he put me down a lot. But each time I got back up to my feet. It became embarrassing after the first round. The ref tried to stop it on 3 different occasions that I remember. But I got up to the standing 10 count, and I said, let's go every single time. So he couldn't. And with the distance, I think I connected with Chip Green a few times. But it was him hitting me and me hitting the mat and me trying to get back up. But I ended round 3 on my feet. And it taught me so much about myself. He beat me so bad. It was on the local news. I didn't tell my mom because I didn't want her to worry about stuff. But when it was on the local news, her friends told her, and then she was all concerned the next day. He beat me so bad. And it was one of the happiest days of my life. If that means anything to you guys, there's nobody out there that is going to hit me harder. And I learned what it felt like to take a punch. It's not cool, but it's not the end of the world. I learned what adrenaline in fight time felt like because everything slows down and it's real different. I learned what it took, and I learned how to overcome when everything told me to stay down, and when I was offered outs and not taking them. I learned a lot of stuff. And he was anyways, they had a follow-up over the next week of whatever. He was a real cool guy, real nice guy afterwards. He even pretended like I stumbled him a couple of times with my punches. I don't think that's true. I can't punch worth a damn. I never could. I'm not a good striker. But I learned so much about myself. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I'm so thankful. Right now, if you are listening, you're probably not Chip Green. But thank you, sir. I appreciate it for the lessons. No, it really taught me so much about myself. So I don't want anybody getting hurt. Certainly don't want anybody doing anything illegal, but find a legal way to do that and feel what it's like if you're a man, because if you don't, you will regret not doing so. Probably more answer than it needed, but that's the lesson I learned doing that. Don't know if I technically bled or not, but bled under the skin as the black ribs would indicate. I'm trying to see where we're at on the questions here.
He's on the last one.
Oh, are we? We are. All right. One quick question for Witan Svan. Can we study the Rig Veda? I see a lot of folkish ideals.
Yeah, I think, I mean, yes. I think everyone that has an interest in Aryan or Indo-European lore, it would serve them very well to take a look at it. I think it would be important. There's a lot of things that you can gain from this, especially, what I would call like the obligation of prayer, the obligation of worship to the gods, seeking their favor. These are things that are discussed in the Rig Veda that I think are really cool. It also is the kind of the starting point of where I first saw the tripartite as a thing with Indra, Agni, and Vishnu, I believe. And that's where it started to kind of suddenly all fall into place. So yeah, I think it's worth looking into because there's a lot of insight that you could gain. It's helped me gain some insight in my faith as well. So yeah, 100%.
Can you study the Rig Veda? Yes, you can. You are encouraged to. Are we going to do episodes of it on Victory Never Sleeps? If we wanted to devote like 3 years to doing the Rig Veda every week, perhaps. Everything Svan said, I think there's a lot of value to it. I think one of the other big values to it is the idea of doing one's duty, regardless of circumstance or outcome, but reconciling yourself to do your duty, come what may. I think that's a really important lesson from it. It's hard to immerse yourself in because, at least for me, because the points of reference are not common to me. The imagery and all of the context is very, very foreign to something that I'm used to and have an immediate point of reference to, that it's very difficult. I do think there's a lot of value there. I do think it is a divine text, and I am all for anyone delving into that deeply. I think it's tremendously valuable. It would be unlikely for us to do a Victory Never Sleeps episode doing a deep dive on it, because like I mentioned, it will be 100 episodes or so. It's a very lengthy and in-depth text that would require a lot of context that I don't think most of us come to the table with, but I do think it's really valuable. And I encourage you to do that. Over in the chat, I just see kind of a note that many Indra hymns could be used as inspirations for Thor prayers. Absolutely, and they have been. I don't want to mess up his Sanskrit name. Acharyaji of the International Dharma Society created some Thor prayers based on Indra prayers for mantras for us a number of years ago. And I think those are really cool and beneficial in a lot of ways. And so it's absolutely something that can be done. And I think there's value to it. There's also a lot of just beauty and rhythm to it as mantras. And I've used those over the years. Svan, do you have any parting words for folks this evening?
No, I mean are we doing another leap and then going into the next, so not next Wednesday but the Wednesday following, as far as for the next text that we're going into?
Yeah, we're going to figure out something cool to do next week.
Ooh,
I've got a couple of things out on that, trying to figure it out. But 2 weeks from today, we're going to do the Harbarth Sleod.
Yeah, this is a good one. That's a good one.
It definitely is. And I look forward to talking with you about it. Thank you guys so much for joining us this evening, for your questions, your participation, and your patience with me being 20 minutes late to my show tonight. I apologize for that. I try not to make it a habit. Thank you guys so much, as always.
Let me cut in real quick. The outro video will say we're doing Skírnismál Part 2. We're not doing Skírnismál Part 2.
Don't lie to the folks, Nick.
Hey,
truth is one of our virtues.
I'm telling the truth right here. I didn't have a second video prepared, so you're getting the video for Part 2. Just ignore that.
I'd be a little nervous too after the Volaspa.
All right.
The Havamal.
So don't mind the fake news. We will see you guys. I will certainly see you next time, and Svan and I will be back to do more deep dive into our lore in 2 weeks. Till then, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.
Good night, everyone.